Not capsule the world.
Hello.
Hey, how you doing?
Am I moderating this one? Do you remember? Okay. Then I like to be on the end. I like to be able to see everybody if I'm moderating. I always write questions and comments anyway because that's just how I alleviate my own stress. Yes, it does say I'm moderating.
Okay. I guess I'll one minute. Oh, that looks good. That looks
I've only
really
walked
good.
past you at this con. I haven't actually said hello yet. So hello, Matthew. How are you?
Good. How are you? I am. I'm riding this one, man.
Yeah, he is.
If anybody needs a sugar boost, I have organic gummy bears and different kinds of Dove chocolates. Hopefully it says on it what kind they are because I got no idea. Yeah. I just got a variety bag. Okay.
Oh, so what is this about? When you finish your candy.
There's actually a series of 4 novellas. The main character's name is Penelope, so that's Penny. She's a detective who inherited a sex agency from her dad, whose ghost haunts her office. And so it's actually set in the 70s, and so it's basically like that 70s more detective thing
Katie Edwards.
with like
Yes.
demons and things, basically. And it's actually, I grew up in Greenville, South Carolina, and it's actually set there.
Urban fantasy.
So, because I was tired of urban fantasy stuff being stuff and everything. New Orleans and Los Angeles.
Well, that looks really good.
So this is the 4 novellas collected together. So each one is a separate story, but they like all basically.
I've read at least 2 of those and really liked them. Well, I mean, it's Walden. It's supposed to be isolated from the throes of society.
Then you find out his mom.
Yeah. I am disappointed by the lack of a pond in here. No lily pads.
Well,
But
I guess
yeah.
you could pour your
He's-
bottle of water on the floor.
There you go. Well, I actually want to drink it, so.
Okay.
And I might get in trouble if I make puddles everywhere. Green, Katie, Matthew, and we should get Jason. Do we have one more chair left for Jason? Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Move my bag here.
If you want to make Jason be the one to have to straddle that, you could scoot down one.
Yeah, that's okay.
So have you had a good con so far?
You got a
Depends
dinner?
on who you ask. I've spent way too much money and not made as much as
How
I
was it?
should have, or wish
Yeah.
I would have. I
Got one later.
never should have at a convention. I've enjoyed myself, got some reference materials, got some resources.
Oh, good.
So, yeah, I think I've had a good time. My husband may not agree.
Yeah.
I've stopped doing a table at this convention because this is the convention where the most segments of my writing life come together. Like the most people from different parts of my writing life are all at this convention. And I want lots of time for talking, networking,
nice.
socializing.
Yeah, it was really
So
good.
I've stopped
That was
doing a
easy.
table.
Well, considering that the people who are in my writing circle for the most part are in Texas.
So they're not coming here.
They're not coming here, so
Yeah.
I'm meeting new people,
That's good.
which is good. But it means I also don't have a base to work from,
How was ramen?
which,
How was ramen?
is different in Texas. But also I haven't had anything new in a while, so it's better.
I forget,
to
were there
somewhere
food trucks
where
outside
Don't have a
today?
base, they don't go here yet.
Yeah. I'm always trying to find a
Oh, I
balance
thought
of
they
that,
said that
like
they were gonna do
the
food
comfort,
trucks.
glowy feeling of being among the people you already know versus
Oh, yeah,
the
yeah.
actually expanding kind of your reach and connections.
But there are a lot of people up here and at Atomicon who are like my Facebook friends and stuff, but I've just never really actually met them before.
So you're meeting
that's
some
kind
of them in
cool.
real life then.
Yeah.
Do you need to borrow a fan?
So you live in Texas now?
Yeah.
Wow. I'm always impressed when people come that far for a convention.
Well, Nicole posted a link to the Atomicon guest survey or fill out
Thing.
form
Yeah.
thing. I don't even know how long ago that was now, but I said, oh, you know what? I'll try something new. I was planning on driving, and my husband said, no, you can fly. And I was like,
It would take a minute from Texas.
It would take a minute, but it probably would be cheaper, except he thinks it wouldn't, so fine.
Yeah.
And of course,
Well, and then there's another balance there, the wear and tear.
when
I was so
it
glad.
was
I took
time to
Monday
go to
off from work.
Atomicon, my car had just been hit, so
I am so
it had
glad.
been in the shop from
That's smart.
before
I'm gonna have to start taking my
till
luggage out
yesterday
in
when
stages.
he picked it up.
Oh.
So, yeah, I couldn't have driven anyway.
How was the parking lot when you guys came in? Are there spaces again?
That's why I parked at rooms to go this morning.
What?
I parked at rooms to go this morning.
Oh, I was insane. I have like the third to last spot on the far corner.
I came in on Thursday and I just don't move my car.
Yeah, smart idea.
Yeah.
I
You lovely human. You shut out all that noise.
I circled for about 20 minutes.
This morning.
It's like a little fun has arrived.
How much is this one?
Uh,
And do you have a table?
Dude,
All right, guys. Well, it is 7:00, so let's make an attempt to get this party started. So, hi, I am Samantha Bryant, and I will be your moderator today. Our topic is, so what are the tropes? And so we'll talk a little bit about what tropes are, which ones we like and don't like, how we use or subvert them, all of that kind of stuff. So let's start by finding out who our panelists are. And if you will, while you introduce yourself, give us a comment about a trope, either one that you love or hate. And let's start down at the end with KD, if that's okay.
Sure. My name is Katie Edwards. I write an urban fantasy series called The Tarot Sequence. My first trilogy is out. My second one is about to start. I do love this conversation about tropes, especially tropes versus stereotypes. And I think the one trope which needs to die more than any other are relationships between students and teachers. Especially when you rewatch television from the 80s and 90s. It's time. Let's bury that one.
You want to bury? I'm Jason Graves. I am an author. I'm also the founder and owner of Perspective Press, which celebrated its 8th year this year. So yay! Yes, thank you. Tropes. Let's see. Well, actually, one of the big tropes in one of our big book series is the dragon, the maiden being sacrificed to the dragon. So I don't think that one should die, but it should be flipped.
Not if it's making you a lot of money.
Exactly.
I'm Marie Sheridan Rose, and I write a steampunk series that has been stalled for several years now. Well, my main character decided she didn't want to talk to me,
Me.
Hopefully she'll start talking again soon because people are.
They are insistent in that way.
They
aren't
are. It's
Yeah.
terrible. I also write fantasy, poetry, horror, pretty much everything. And I'm both fond and think it should die of the final girl trope, because why is it always the final girl? You know, why is it always a girl who survives till the very end, and she's always the pretty virgin who hasn't had any relationship with anybody, and she survives because she's so wonderful and pure? And why is it always the final girl?
I'm Matthew Saunders. I write mainly historical fantasy. I have a trilogy about the Brides of Dracula. Also, my most recent is a Southern Gothic story with Nazi werewolves. But when
What's
I
the
decided,
name of that one?
there's nothing but the blood.
Ah,
So that one, I just basically just decided, I called it my kitchen sink Southern Gothic because I'm like, I'm just going to lean in. I'm just going to, every possible Southern Gothic trope you can possibly think of, I'm going to include it somewhere. And so that's what I did. Some not quite the same as, the traditional way, but it's in there if I could think of it and fit it in.
So, and I'm Samantha Bryant. I write the menopausal superhero series and short form horror, which are two really tropey fields of writing for sure. And I have a hard time coming down on one side or the other when it comes to a lot of issues. But when it comes to tropes, definitely they can be great. They can be helpful. They can be boring. It just kind of depends on the story and how people make use of them. But one that I am a sucker for consistently is reluctant hero. I love a good reluctant hero. No, I'm not going to get involved. And yet you do. I love those guys. So thank you all for coming and being a part of the panel. So I had you pick, some tropes to talk about here at the beginning. And since Ree brought up Final Girl, why don't we start with Final Girl? I'll let you want to start? Give us some of your thoughts. What's so awful or great about her?
Sorry. Can we define final girl? Because that's actually not one that I'm overly familiar with.
Well,
So it's kind of surprising.
as a
More of a
Big-
horror thing.
a big horror fan with the novels and the movies and AHS. The final girl is the one who makes it through to the end.
Okay. That's what I
And
thought.
there's
so I just wanted to
always-
make sure.
There's always somebody who survives everything, like the season 10, was it? No, I think it was 8 maybe, of American Horror Story at the summer camp. There was one girl who survived to the very end because she was plucky and she was pure, and she hadn't succumbed to any of the advances from any of the boys. And that is kind of the basic final girl trope, is that the one who is pure of heart and body is the one who's going to survive to the end, and all of her horn dog friends are going to die along the way because they should not be thinking of that sort of thing at their age, honestly.
So it sounds like you've had enough of the Final Girl.
Well, I think the final girl has maybe gotten to the point where it's too expected.
Mhm.
That's why I think it would be cool to have a final boy for a change.
I've also,
Twist it on the
I have
side.
seen changes in them though. Like there have been more recent horror movies where the last survivor is still a woman, but it feels a little more empowered. And she's not necessarily a survivor because she was pure, but because she was smart and because of the decisions she made. A recent one I saw like that was The Menu. Have you guys seen The Menu?
I have not, but somebody spoiled it for me. So I know.
My short description of it is Final Girl food porn.
Appropriate.
Yeah, but there is a final girl, but I definitely don't feel like she got there out of the purity of her heart and being better than everybody else in the room. You know, there's none of that little bit of snootiness that you get from like a Laurie Strode.
Yeah.
So I myself, I'm with you. There's some final girls that grade at me, but it can also be a very empowering thing. It's again, all in what the writer did with it. How about our gentlemen? Any of you guys have thoughts about final girls?
Just that I think it's far past time we stop using sexuality as a tool for shame and horror.
Yes.
That's heavily tied to the last girl. Last girl, last boy, whatever you want. But there's, we've grown past that. We have had decades of that in horror stories. I think we can do better. Not the least of which is create more meaningful commentary based on what's happening now in the world.
So Grady Hendrix wrote a novel called The Final
The Girl Support Group. Yeah.
It's women who have survived horrific things that, like, in real life things, quote unquote, and they're in a support group, and someone's going around killing the women in the support group. So
who will be the final girl among the final girls?
Girl. Is kind of the thing, but he does a lot of subversions in that. He's so good at subverting, like he can subvert the trope and do it the right way at the same time. Like, he's good at that. Like in the if I can digress.
Of course.
The other book he wrote, the Southern Book Club's Guide to Vampire Hunting, it's a Southern Gothic, but it's set in the modern day in like the suburb of Charleston. And some of the tropes in Southern Gothic or Gothic in general are, feelings of being trapped and isolated, kind of claustrophobic, and everything. And it was just a one paragraph, but he did such an amazing job of translating that into 90s suburban housewife, just a list of like, well, I didn't get, because in the first chapter, she's mortified because she's going to her book club and she didn't have a chance to read the book, and she's supposed to present on the book. And so it's just this one paragraph of, I didn't get to it because of all of this, and it's all the stuff her husband needed and her kids needed and all this other stuff. Just one little paragraph, and it's like, that's like just nailed it right there, that whole sense of isolation and being trapped. But it's not a woman, in a castle on a painting couch.
Did you read My Best Friend's Exorcism?
I did.
I also like that one.
Yeah. So anyway, that's kind of it. Final girl with a little depression.
So we can go fan talk about Grady. So Jason, I think, did you have any thoughts about Final Girl? You said it's not one you're that familiar with. Do you not watch much horror?
I do.
Yeah.
So now that you mentioned it, I'm like Friday the 13th. It's like,
Yeah.
that was my foundational introduction to Final Girl, and also my namesake, right? So,
Yeah.
I didn't actually watch Halloween. I know the story now.
Yeah, I just rewatched a lot of those things. My youngest kid is now into horror, but they're particular, and they like monster and stalker horror. They don't like psychological horror. So
Seen Babadook?
no, we have not yet.
Oh,
Good one?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, I'll add it to my list.
If that's what they're into, then Babadook, not just all those boxes.
All right.
So
Katie, I know you mentioned one that you thought needed to die, but now I've forgotten which one it was.
Teachers and students. It is irresponsible. We've got to understand, we are smart enough as a society to understand the concept of consent. There is no consent between an adult and a minor. There is no romance. I mean, it's rape, okay? It is sexual assault when you have situations like that. To glorify it in a lot of teen series, even Riverdale, modern shows, you think you would know better by now that it's, when Dawson's Creek did it, maybe at that point, 20, 30 years ago, we weren't as nuanced as we were educated on issues of consent. We are now. I just, every time I see that on screen, and God forbid they try to dress it up or find excuses for why it's a part of the story, it just makes me cringe. I just think it's so socially irresponsible.
major power imbalance.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, big offshoot of that for me is like the 200-year-old vampire creeping on a high school girl.
Yeah.
Kind of-
Wait, what, are you speaking on like a specific property here?
Well, even like, I mean, I love Buffy the Vampire Slayer, but the Angel Buffy relationship is problematic in
Yeah,
a
that's
lot
true.
of ways.
Oh God.
Um,
Especially
because
with
because
Spike.
of that, or
I'm a
Spike.
retired teacher, and when I first started teaching, there were teachers that were teaching who had married students, and they were happily married. Of course, the student graduated. And I don't know what, if anything, was going on before.
Right.
they got
But then you do always
Noticed
wonder.
each other.
They must have noticed each other, but even then, I found that a bit odd.
I remember when I was in high school, my drama teacher's husband was having, I don't know if it was an affair all the way or whatever with one of the girls in our drama class, and they broke up her marriage because that sort of thing. So it happens in real life, but that doesn't mean that it should be happening in the literature.
Right.
We're
And
supposed to be responsible enough to write.
in literature, I think too often it's portrayed as kind of positive.
Yes.
Yeah. And, you know, I share Matthew's issue with immortal characters. You know, you've been on the planet for 800 years and you're fascinated with a 17-year-old.
Well, I don't think they can find
Yeah.
another 800-year-old living geekdom, so. That's not.
Well, it depends. It depends on what property we're in, what story we're in. Sometimes there's a bunch of immortal people and they could stick to each other maybe. Or somebody at least a little closer to an adult.
Adults, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I made it very explicitly clear in my vampire novel. They are all adults.
Yes.
So that's,
So something we didn't really do yet is kind of explain what we think when we say a trope, what exactly do we think a trope is, comparing it to something like a stereotype or a cliche. What's the difference? What makes it a trope?
It's a shorthand
Shorthand,
for
that's good.
a narrative device that we use because it works. It's kind of a clunky explanation, but you know, when you say hero's journey, everybody understands what you're talking about, right? So
Yeah, being able, when you're doing like your elevator pitch description of something you've written, being able to use tropes to do that is really helpful.
right,
Even if you tried not to fall into using them too explicitly in your work, when you're trying to tell somebody what it's about and give them an idea what kind of book it is, that
Yeah.
shorthand is incredibly usul.
but even when you're writing, you're using tropes because
How can you
they're
not?
universal. Exactly. I mean, they're old. They are really, really old. I mean, we're talking oral history kind of stuff, especially like the monster slayer and the hero journey, right? So, yeah.
Mhm.
I'm sorry.
Well, that's okay. I'm thinking possibly one of the differences between a trope and a stereotype is a stereotype is usually related to the character, where a trope is related to the plot. Because a trope is more likely to be interaction between two characters, or interaction with the environment, or interaction with society. But the stereotypes are more likely to be the description of the person specifically.
And
And
usually,
I just thought of that.
usually negative and usually not true.
and readers have expectations of, you know, it's a balance. You know, readers like new things, but also readers like things like the stuff they've already read. And so tropes are very helpful in there because you can use them to give readers something that's familiar to them, but it's something that, you know, you've written that it's your character and your story. It's not somebody else's, but you still have that sort of familiarity because they know, oh, I know I've seen this before. I'm interested to see what they're going to do with it, kind of thing. And like, it's like, you know, romance writers, I mean, that's almost like I've seen romance writers actually put the tropes in their descriptions for their books, because romance writers tend to have, or readers tend to have, very set expectations. And so they'll put, friends to lovers or whatever in the book description, because that's one of the big tropes, and or enemies to lovers, and so it helps readers, as well as us when we're writing too, I think. But again, it's a balance. You want something new, but you want something familiar.
I think those are all fantastic answers. I like a shorthand is a great way of putting it. That's what I usually say. It's a shorthand of the human condition. It makes the text accessible. It helps people understand what they might want to read, because the tropes are something they're interested in and reappear. You seek out certain tropes you like because it's almost like a subgenre. Stereotypes, I think, absolutely do tend to be gross generalizations about people or populations of people. They often tend to be harmful, and they're incredibly lazy writing too. The only good stereotype in the story is a story that subverts the tropes, as far as I'm concerned, or draws attention to them in a way that defeats them. But a good story, if you're going to write a good story, you might seek out tropes to put in it, especially to help with your audience. You should not be seeking out stereotypes as a writer when you're putting a novel together.
You may be putting tropes in that you don't even know about.
Oh,
Go
heck
back,
yeah.
that's something original.
Yeah, it turned out that like two lovers, one bed. Yeah, that's happened before. Like, straight. I wasn't new.
Right, and then depending on what you're writing, there's this balance. If you mess with the tropes in the wrong way, you're off-putting your intended audience. Like, it's a very, very hard sell to do romance that doesn't get to some kind of happily ever after, or at least a happy for now.
Right.
Like they are separated at the end of the book is just not a satisfying place to end romance for a lot of romance readers, this one included.
Sail off on the Titanic.
I guess it's a yeah.
So a great way to check your tropes is a website called TV Tropes.
Yeah.
That if you think you've got something original, just
No, you don't.
you go look it up. You're gonna find.
But I do like looking at that site and other lists like it for when you're thinking through how you want to do it. Reading through all those examples of how it's been done and thinking about the ones that you've read and seen and how you felt about those. And so how do you want to use it and how do you want to subvert it? And usually I'm trying to do some combination, like, trying to be Grady Hendrix and both use it and change it a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know how many times my husband and I will be watching something on TV and go, Rashomon. It's the Rashomon trope. It's very easy. You see it all the time, and you always know what that trope is. And if anybody doesn't know what the Rashomon trope is, it's telling the story from several different viewpoints and showing that everybody had a different way of looking at the same event. And like we were watching Legacy the other day, and they were talking about, oh, well, this is what happened, and somebody else says, this is what happened. And they were all talking about the exact same thing, but everybody's viewpoint was different. And that is a very easy trope to find.
I wish that the Star Wars writers had the fortitude to follow through with what I wanted them to do, but they didn't ask me. But they were setting it up so nicely, because the original trilogy is the chosen one trope, just told straight. Luke's chosen one, he saved the day. The prequel trilogy was, we think he's the chosen one, but we chose poorly. Which that's a trope too. It's like the not chosen one is a trope too,
Or could have been the chosen.
and then
one.
in the third one, in the middle, in the Last Jedi, they had those Kylo Ren Rey talk where he's like, you came from nothing, and like they should have left it that way. Because then you would have had the chosen one, the not chosen one, and there is no chosen one, or we're all the chosen one. We make our own destiny, and they were setting that up so beautifully, and they ruined it.
They chickened out.
Yes.
They chickened out, and so that was a great way of me, because the Chosen One kind of been done to death, but that would have been a great way to see that sort of subverted if they had gone that way. Is oh, we've been so dependent on the Chosen One, and now we have to depend on ourselves because there isn't one.
Looks like
Yeah,
KD
I'd love
wanted
to
to.
build on that too, because it also, a stereotype that just makes my blood boil whenever I hear it. It's just like, if you want to set me off, use the words Mary Sue. Let's look at Star Wars. Look at the trope is the Chosen One. It's popular and there's a reason for it. It's a reason why it's done dynamic and we go back to it over and over. But when the last trilogy came out, this concept that Rey is somehow a Mary Sue, a woman who suddenly becomes all powerful with no background, drives me nuts because it's sexist. That's a stereotype. That is not a trope. That is a way of denigrating necessarily, a type of the trope. And yeah, personally, I was just talking about this earlier. The biggest Mary Sue is Luke. He's like a horse on a ride to the Death Star. Rey grew up poor, fighting for her life.
Yeah. Well, that's a different definition of Mary Sue than I ever heard. Because coming from fan fiction, a Mary Sue is when you put yourself in the story as the main character.
That's an author
And-
insert. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that in fan fiction is what a Mary Sue is. So I'll admit it. My main character has the characteristics that I wish I had. I consider it to be slightly, maybe Mary Susan.
Mary Suzette.
She's not, I mean, I would never be Joe, but I could see some people saying that it was a Mary Sue because of that, but
I don't think my definition was not the same as yours.
No, it's not.
It's
Well,
I never
and
heard
some
your
people tend to use it as a bludgeon, like you were
Right.
saying. Like if you have a competent female character, they'll call her a Mary Sue, and I'm like, isn't it possible she's just a competent female character
Yeah.
that we've
Well,
given some history to
Is
make her
that-
competent?
Is there such a thing?
Ooh.
Sorry, I had to say it.
If
So,
you look at
yeah,
the things he
because
publishes, he does think so. Yeah.
So we talk about Mary Sue's like 100 times more frequently than anybody ever says the conjugate to that, which is the Marty stew,
Yes.
right? So Luke, yes, is the Marty stew, but nobody ever says that.
Or
So,
they'll argue that that's not true.
right.
It's part of a national discussion, which
Should
is.
Yeah, I see her. Go ahead.
I missed the beginning. Coming from fan fiction side, that's what I thought Mary Sue was also. So what is Mary Sue when people are talking about?
It started
It's-
out that way in fan fiction, but now it's more. It's a character that is perfect.
Too
basically.
perfect, no
Too
flaws.
Perfect, like no flaws type of character.
I was wondering.
Yeah.
And often it's kind of ridiculous. Like she's 17 years old, but she has 18 years of military background somehow. You know?
Right.
Yeah.
But she's clumsy, so that's her flaw.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay,
She's
anyway,
not
sorry,
like the-
sorry,
she's not like the
sorry,
other girls.
Sorry, I'm gonna. Sorry, I'll stop.
She's cute clumsy, not clumsy with that.
Right. Yeah.
Well, so the thing is that often what ends up happening is when you have an author insert, the author insert is a Mary Sue or a Marty stew. It's the author putting themselves in the book and then making them idealistically perfect, except for that one small flaw, which usually isn't a flaw, as you point out.
Right. It's more
So,
cute. Yes.
it's endearing.
You seem so charmed by it.
I also think, to a certain extent, it's a trope that was hijacked by a certain national discussion going on. And when it's used, it tends not to be positive and it tends to be rather ugly. So it's, I'm actually interested. I didn't really know that it came from somewhere that was, that it was an interesting trope, that it came from a fan fiction. Or
Well,
I
even
want to
in
look more into
fan
that.
fiction, it's not considered to be a good trope. I mean,
It's
everyone-
Mary Sue's first day on the Enterprise.
Yes.
yeah, everyone talks about Mary Sue's in a bad light, which I think sometimes is not fair. But I mean, who are you going to write about? The person you know the best, right? Almost everybody's character is going to have a little bit of themselves in it. That is not tropes.
Sometimes I would prefer
Yeah.
not to admit that. Thank you.
Well, it
Yeah.
depends on the character.
So I was thinking we went Final Girls and Mary Sue's. So how about Manic Pixie Dream Girls?
Oh.
Might as well hit the
Manic
triumvirate.
Pixie Dream Girls.
Manic Pixie.
Manic Pixie Dream Girls.
Okay.
So those are those like quirky girls in the story who come in and I need a more polite word, mess up the male protagonist life. They like uproot him and make his life chaotic, but it's fun. And then she goes off and he's forever changed. So her whole purpose in the story is it's not that different from being fridged, really. Her whole purpose in the story is to motivate another character. She's not really anything herself. And I find Manic Pixie Dream Girls super annoying. They're, like that's one that, if we want to get under my skin, we'll go with that one.
Be like Natalie Portman in Garden State.
Yeah.
Would be her character in Garden State.
The mom and Gilmore Girls.
And it's been, if you've seen the movie Elizabethtown, the Kirsten Dunst's character in Elizabethtown.
Emily,
Yeah.
the French thing.
Yeah.
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 I think it's just called Emily. Emily.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Sorry, my
but-
French is bad. Hablo español.
But yeah, so her she doesn't get her own personality. Her personality is I'm a little crazy, but in a good way. When in reality that person is someone who probably really needs therapy.
That's great. Very well phrased.
And usually the dude is super stodgy. So
Right.
she's just like normal, quirky, if that makes sense. But she's like this revelation, and then, like you said, she has no purpose other than to shake up Mr. Stodgy and have no other personality.
Right. Yeah. She doesn't really have much agency in the story for being the chaos element and the catalyst in a way. She's not really actually important herself usually. Yeah.
There's a related one that's a bit more racist. It's the Magical Negro.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
that one where it's the black character that exists solely.
Should we go find
to-
Nicole to? Yeah. Have you guys heard Nicole's rant on that one yet?
I've had discussions about this because because I have stories that are set in the South, and obviously I'm going to have African American characters in my stories, and my stories have magic in them. So some of the African American characters actually do magic.
Are magical, but
Are
they're not
magical.
magical.
Right, and I mean, and the solution to that is to just make them a well-rounded character, like give them their own motivations, give them their own. Yeah, it's just and it makes a more interesting story because then you've got another character with their own issues that can complicate the story or that whatever. So
Yeah. My introduction to that character was The Legend of Bagger Vance.
Great example.
Yeah. Oh, I don't remember. Maybe The Shining was mine.
Oh, true.
Well,
Yeah.
but The Shining, they didn't do the book as much in the movie. I know.
It's been longer since I read the book than it has been since I've seen the
Um,
movie, so I
Well,
don't feel like I can comment.
we went
properly.
to see the movie when I was in college. A whole group of us went to see the movie, and in the scene in the lobby, which I won't go into in case you haven't seen it.
Oh, wow. Has anybody
Spoilers for
here
a book from the
not seen
70s.
this movie? Okay.
Don't worry, you
Alright.
can spoil it.
Well,
I'm not a horror person.
There's a scene where the character she's talking about walks into the lobby and is killed. And that does
spectacularly.
not happen in the book. So from there on, I didn't know what was going to happen. All the rules had changed. And we went after that, these are college-age students, had to go back to my apartment and sit in the living room and talk for several hours because nobody wanted to go home and be by themselves after seeing that movie because it wasn't what was supposed to happen. And it freaked everybody out.
Behold the genius of Stanley Kubrick.
Yeah.
Y'all heard of Born Sexy yesterday?
I don't think so. Explain that one.
Y'all seen the Fifth Element?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
She's the quintessential idea of it, where basically she is essentially an adult, sexy female who has
Okay.
basically a child
Mhm.
mentality, and
Monkey
she
bats,
ends up
monkey
creepily
bats.
being a love interest of usually a middle-aged man.
Oh,
That's
Yeah.
a good one.
Superboy and the Titans. You know, even the gender reverse. Superboy's a clone. He's 3 years old, and he's in a romantic relationship in the Titans by the second season. Like, you know, either stick to the origin of the character, you know, and lean into that, or
maybe he
I-
ages in dog years.
I agree, though. That's a great one. What about tropes we like?
That's what I was going to say. So I know we all have to use tropes in our work because you can't not, no matter how creative and original you think you are, you're working with tropes. So either in your own work or in other people's work that you've admired, when have you seen it used where you considered it effective and you were like, yeah, that's the thing?
Can I talk about pages?
Of course.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I alluded to this earlier, and so one of our authors wrote a book where she took the dragon slayer and the maiden being sacrificed to the dragon trope and flipped them both on their heads. And so it literally asks the question, what if the woman who's chained to the rock to be sacrificed to the dragon actually wants to be there to be sacrificed to the dragon? Because her life will be better than it is where she's living. So, yeah, that has been
So it made it into a moment of agency for her. She chose it.
absolutely. And
Yeah.
It turns out the dragons aren't what you think they are. And it's one of these books that does not have a happily ever after ending. So it ends
So
well.
you should tell them the actual name of the whole book in case they liked that and they want to go get it.
Dragon Weather. It's it's from the first book in the Legacies of Arnon series, which is not complete. So. But I didn't want to turn this into an advertisement.
The princess doesn't get rescued and gets eaten by the dragon. I've seen that. I was shocked the first time I ever saw that.
Yeah.
I was like, no, she's supposed to be saved.
Yeah.
Well, I have a YA where the gallant knight is on his way to slay the dragon, and the 12-year-old hero says, dragons are intelligent, they can talk. Why are we going to slay the dragon? Why isn't somebody going to go talk to the dragon? And they
What
find
is
out
it that you want?
that the reason the dragon was burning the village was because the village had killed all her eggs, and she was in grief and she was upset, and he talked to her and he talked to the people in the village, and everybody worked out an equitable solution. But it was the child coming to the savior of the dragon because he was the one who had sense. And I think that was kind of a trope on its own self.
Yeah.
I said, when I wrote my Southern Gothic, I just threw in everything I could possibly think of. I mean, I just, because I really wanted to write something that was very Southern Gothic. I grew up here in the South, I'm listening to stories people told and everything else, and I just wanted to write something that was just very steeped in that, and just like I'll just so I did the weird family that keeps to themselves, and they meet the devil at the crossroads at one point. They the snake handling preacher that's not what he seems. There's a stranger that comes into town that everyone's suspicious of, and it's just fun to just play with all of those and everything. The one I did subvert is like in the Southern Gothic, you always have like the town is like in decay and falling apart, and no one lives there anymore except for the people who can't leave, basically. And what I did is set in the 60s. I set it in an area that actually was thriving in the 60s. There was a lot of industry coming into it's fictional town in South Carolina, but there was a lot of industry coming into the area where I kind of put this town. So there was a lot of new people coming in. There were a lot of jobs. It was actually a very thriving area. So the town itself is actually thriving. But then that allowed me to kind of play with that and talk about how, you know, the old bad things in the South are, you know, won't die. and despite the fact it's the new South, you know, there's a lot of the old South that's still there that they have to deal with in the story. And so that was a fun one. I just like I said, I had fun just playing with everything and throwing it in there and fitting it in wherever I could.
Yeah, most of what I write, especially in the superhero series, is kind of necessarily steeped in tropes. I feel like superhero is especially tropey. And then what else do I write? Horror, which is also very tropey. So I think I like tropes.
Yeah.
But I mentioned
Can I just address that? Because if
Yeah.
y'all have not read her stuff, you need to. I love the Chosen One as a trope, and the fact that instead of having like a gawky teenager being the Chosen One, you have literally postmenopausal women who gain these superpowers and then go out and clean town and kick ass, and they're hilarious.
But yeah, I mentioned that Reluctant Hero is one of my favorites. And so one of my heroes is Patricia, the Lizard Woman of Springfield. And she's definitely my reluctant hero. Like, you know, she wasn't happy that powers happened to her, that she developed armored flesh and was bulletproof now. She was pissed that she had to deal with this. And then when her intern, who later they have other dimensions to the relationship, but early on it's her intern, it's pushing her like, you could use this to help people. Look at this situation. You have the power to do something here. She's like, why should I be helping people? It's like, I didn't ask for this. I'm nobody's hero. And then she gets pulled in. And just like all my favorite reluctant heroes, she has a very mushy center that she's working really hard to protect and doesn't want you to know. You know, she keeps telling you she doesn't care because she cares so damn much. And it's protective of herself. And I've really loved getting to play with that in my own work. And, you know, and it comes out differently because it's the Samantha version, but it's definitely well steeped in my favorite trope.
I'm sorry, I cut you off when you were saying.
I don't think so. I think I just said what I was going to say.
Okay. I mean,
I don't feel cut off. I'm not cursing you in traffic while you went on ahead. We're fine.
Okay.
KD, did you get to answer that one?
There are great examples already. The reluctant hero, definitely frenemies to lovers. I just love that. I got to admit,
Yeah.
I take a lot of fun in antagonism, an antagonistic relationship that turns around.
Yes.
But one of the things that I focus most on, I think, in my writing is I do try to subvert tropes, especially around lack of communication. That's one of the things I'm really into right now. And, you know, on the reluctant hero's journey, there is, you know, how many times can you save the world before you get a therapist? You know, and that's actually where I am in my story. I finished my first trilogy. It ended on a really hard note for some of the characters, victorious, but Pyrrhic victory. And now the next novel, I am really focusing hard on how do you recover from that? I mean, how do you still celebrate the humor and the found family and the adventure and the action of your story, but identify, you know, the fact that, wow, at some point people break, you know, how do you get that in writing and make it interesting and engaging? And that's where I am right now with my next story.
Yes.
I was about subverting tropes, the movie The Glass Onion. Have you guys seen
Oh,
that?
Yes.
I thought that did a really good job at subverting the tropes.
Yes.
Yes.
Mhm.
Yeah, that was so much
Yeah.
fun.
It was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So one of the things that I've heard is that pretty much all stories begin with one of two, or sometimes both tropes of stranger comes to town or hero goes on a journey. What do you guys think about that? Do you know of any examples of a movie that isn't how the story starts? And the inciting incident is one of those?
I think there's something of that in most stories, as I just started running through stories in my head. But sometimes I think it's not the heart of the story. Like that's, you know, I wouldn't say that that was the most important thing or even the catalyst. Like sometimes it feels like there's an already established group and a secret bubbles up from beneath that was already there, especially when we're talking about like Gothic and such, right? Like, the family's been here for generations, but now we just found out about great granddad and what's been in the basement all this time. So that's not a stranger comes to town. Nobody left, nobody arrived. It was there already, but there is the same kind of feeling with like discovery of something that you didn't know about, which I think is kind of what Stranger Comes to Town is doing. Is it's noticed now. It's new, even though it was always there.
Mhm. Yeah, I mean that's what I said. I use that in mine to sort of as the catalyst, because the premise is that after the end of World War II, the Nazis who tried to continue to fight were called werewolves. So the genesis of the story was, what if they actually were? And so I have a Nazi fugitive who is a werewolf hiding in the small South Carolina town. The stranger who comes to town is an Israeli Mossad agent who's a Nazi hunter. So he's small town in the South in the 60s, and he's Jewish. And so, I mean, he kind of
So even before you got the werewolves, you
exactly,
got
yeah, he stirs up a lot of issues just
yeah.
by being there before he even gets to the point of, oh, by the way, one of you guys is a werewolf and I'm here to kill you. I mean, that's kind of the way I use that trope, but I guess in a different way, is that he created the problem in addition to digging up what the problem actually was. He sort of made it worse when he got there, but yeah, and then he brings there are other people that like in the town that side with him to try to stop the werewolf because they have their own reasons, and it kind of feeds into some other, like the reluctant hero. One of them is like, or the accidental hero is the one who is it's where I accidentally got involved, but now I have to kind of, the only way out is through at this point. So that's one of the ones I did. So one of the other main protagonists got in it by accident because he was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. And
Yeah, I could see that one in like The Mandalorian, right?
Yeah.
He was just, doing a bounty, earning some money, and he ended up somebody's dad.
Well, like in my,
Spoiler.
You don't have to go very far in to get that one.
in my series, it's kind of a variation on Strangers on a Train, because there's two people who meet quite precipitously in the first scene. They're strangers to each other, but they both lived here in this town forever, and they just happen to be strangers to each other, and wind up going down the strangers to lovers path. But it takes 5 books, 4 books.
Slow burn. That's
Okay.
another one.
Katie, you look like you went to say something?
That's a good question. I think a lot of times, especially a stranger comes to town or even go on a journey, it's a crutch to explain the world, because you take people out of their element and then you've got it lets you explain to the audience what the world is like. Stranger comes to town, the difference between the stranger and the town, you have the ability to explain it because something outside of the norm is happening. To a certain extent, that I think that can be a crutch. And the more difficult challenge is what about just throwing people into the world without giving any sort of tool that gives you an opportunity to provide exposition? What if you just throw people into that world? It's fantasy in particular. For the longest time, I struggled with that. Like, how do I have a really complex world building, I mean, really complex. And I finally decided at the end of the day, you know what, well, screw it. I'm going to start mid-sentence. And every novel, my first 3 novels starts mid-sentence. Someone's in the middle of a line of dialogue, and that's it. And then I just run with the scene after that without worrying about hoping that the characters are engaging enough that they're going to take the time and be patient to learn the world around them without using some of those devices. It's not easy. And if I could go back in time, there's very much a steep learning curve on stuff like that too. So.
Yeah, but at least you can avoid, Bob conversations.
Yeah,
Where like
so
everybody.
it's rewarding. It's rewarding
Yeah.
as an artist to work around stuff like that, but it's not always easy. Sorry.
Just to Obi-Wan, this from a certain point of view, strangers come to town and heroes are aren't those quintessential almost the same trope? Because a stranger which is coming to town is a hero faring forth on a journey.
Sure.
I missed that. Sorry, I had bad hearing.
It's from a certain perspective, the stranger who is coming to town is the hero faring forth.
Depends on the perspective.
Sometimes,
Yeah.
yeah.
And it depends on what the character is there to do. I mean, the character can be the hero coming out on his journey,
Yeah,
but it
true.
could also be the villain coming to subvert the town. So
Or just some unlucky sap
That's
who
what I
went to the
jumped
wrong
to.
town.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're all
So-
heroes in our own.
Yeah. Good
Yeah.
point.
Has anybody in here seen Star Wars Visions?
Some of it.
Okay. The first one. I haven't seen the second season yet, but yeah. So there is a Strangers Comes to Town story in that, and I thought it had a nice twist towards the end. I'm not going to spoil it for anybody, but it really played on that trope well. I was sitting there, I was very comfortable with what was happening, and then something happened, and I was like, oh, nicely done.
See, I think that's my favorite way when I'm reading that tropes happen is like I feel like I'm comfortable. I feel like I know what's coming here, and then it turns, but it turns in a way that is very organic to the story and works. It's not turning just to turn, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
it worked very
Yeah.
well.
Don't
it
M. Night
wasn't-
Shyamalan me, but
it
yeah.
wasn't, like great storytelling, but it had enough familiarity and then the little twist with the nuance, and I thought, that was well done.
I like that.
So anyway.
We are towards the end of our panel here, so anything else from our audience? Yes.
Going all the way back to the beginning when we were talking about like the final woman and like horror tropes and all that. I assume all of you have seen Cabin in the Woods.
Yes.
I've been thinking about that all day.
Tropopalooza.
I think that's the one that even explained why a lot of horror tropes play out the way they do. Like with the last woman and all that, like there's reasons behind them, like how the woman always has to like go through some kind of cave-like thing to come out the other side as a symbolism of being reborn and all that. And they're just like, yeah, all these tropes. We've explained them, have to understand them. No.
Anything else? All right.
I have a question.
Sure.
If you don't mind me asking.
Totally.
What's a trope that you wish you could see more of in books or movies?
I don't think I
Punk.
know ahead of time that I want it.
Hope
when I
punk
see it.
story. Hope punk is
Oh,
a genre that is one where it's just unabashedly hopeful. Like I wish more tropes. I wish that a lot of time that we weren't so focused on conflict. Driving a story in the sense of the grimness and grimdark, that we were willing to add a little bit more hope into the end of our stories. Not just happily ever after, not just relationships, not happily for now, but overall, all of it. The family come together, and that's one I'd love to see a lot more of. I think hope punk is a small genre, but it's one that has my heart.
I love it too. You said
Yeah.
hope. Punk,
Yeah, hope
yes.
and punk. It's
The,
what's the Becky Chambers is
Yes.
a great example of that. It just makes you feel good. You just love the characters. They might be in danger, but there's just something really so engaging and hopeful about it.
Yeah, and
It
Becky
sends you up-
Chambers' work compared to a lot of other science fiction, you would describe it as very low conflict, but it's super engaging.
Absolutely
Yeah.
creative, massively great world building.
Yeah.
the one that I do sometimes in mind that I like, that I want to see more of, is the secret villain one, where you have the person you think is the bad guy, but that's not who the bad guy is, and it's this other person that you don't. Because if it's done, it can be done badly, but if it's done well, it's such an emotional gut punch when it happens, and I like that when it's done well. Like, and the one the one of the best examples, and it's you know, it's like Hans and Frozen. I mean, it's it's like it's such a like you know, I mean, obviously I was an adult when that movie came out, but I was like that was a little gut punch, you know, when he was like, if only there was someone who loved you. I was like, no, you didn't.
I bet when the story or maybe makes you go, oh, damn.
Yeah.
That's perfect.
Yeah.
I was actually going to touch on that trope because another one that I feel like I would like to see done a little bit more is like a variant of that, like the secret hero, like in a sense that the character we perceive to be a villain turns out to be the good guy, or vice versa.
Yeah.
I like that.
It doesn't happen a lot.
He actually is misunderstood. Instead of just thinking he is.
Do it right, it is wonderful.
All right, so I'm going to wind us up because we want to make room for what's coming after us. So starting again with KD, give us an idea where people can find you if they would like to know more about you and your work or see you more at this con.
Sure. Katie Edwards. I write an urban fantasy series called The Tarot Sequence. You can find me on Twitter, and I'll be at one more panel this weekend, but ConCarolinas is one of my favorite cons, so I do try to come year after year.
Jason Graves. I have my table for Perspective Press is right outside and to the left here. I have 2 panels tomorrow at 9:30. Where does it start? So I'm moderating. And at noon I have writing short stories, which if you're a writer, you should come to that because that's where I cut my teeth for decades was writing short stories until I was actually well medicated enough to write long form fiction. We should have a nice discussion tomorrow about that. Short stories, not my medication.
I'm Risha Rose, and I have a table against the back wall over there next to Book of Memoirs. I will be there for the next hour tonight and all day tomorrow because I don't have any panels after this. Well, we'll see. I would like to sell more books, so come by.
So Matthew Saunders, I have a table out out here in the lobby area. I also don't have any more panels, so I'm going to be there all day tomorrow selling stuff. I have a website, jmsaunders.com, with links to everything as well. So.
And I'm Samantha Bryant. I write the Menopausal Superhero series, which you can pick up at the Falstaff table. If you are playing Misfit Magic, I have cards for that. If you're the idea is you collect these cards from different authors, and you can use them to get a discount at the Falstaff table. You know, I'd prefer you use it on my books, but you know, you could buy the other stuff he publishes too. And I am on one more panel before this convention is over, which is called Walking on Sunshine and Where's the Beef, which I think means that they've noticed how old I am. I'm not sure about that.
Ouch.
And if you need chocolate or gummy bears, come see me.
Thanks, guys.
So I'm
Thank you so
guessing that Walking on Sunshine and Where's the Beef is related to 80s memes.
Yeah. Actually,
Before
the
memes were memes.
The idea of the panel is like
Pop culture references.
and whether they hold up.
Or date your books.
Yeah, definitely. There's a couple of different kinds of doves there, whatever you
So
like.
I could actually
Hey, nice to see you.
Hi,
You've been
Sam,
so
no
supportive.
problem.
Thank you. I've seen all the things. I really do.
But I
Actually, my party.
Absolutely.
Well, let's see. I'm down to 5s and 1s, so I will pick you up on that.
Ooh, that's so pretty.
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
there's my ticket, man. I'm gonna show
Really
the
great.
card.
The cards are free. And you can like some different Falstaff authors, and there are tons of us all over this con.
I mean,
Take 5 of them to the Falstaff table, and they'll give you a discount on whatever Falstaff books you
story,
buy.
but I just wanted to know that. I mean, I
I think
did
it's
see all your
10%.
tweets and stuff. I'm just so grateful for all the support like that.
I'm one of the few people doing
You're not alone.
And you're trying to get on.
Yeah, we
Concord
joke
Live
that
sometime.
John is just
Well,
full
good
of
luck.
fun.
It's a great con. I mean, I think.
It really is. I'm going to get offered to republish his life, and I'm like,
Yeah, so are you thinking about it?
Before I've been thinking about it for over a year.
Okay.
It's exclusive. I feel welcome here.
Question, does your book, does it have a lady who gets fire powers in it?
Yes.
Oh, one of my friends read your book and she was just like, this book is so amazing, I love
Oh,
it so much.
good. Oh, happy to hear it. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's how Liz, she was having hot flashes that got a little more literal. She, first thing she did was burn down her own apartment. Oh, no, oops. Which then meant she had to move in with her grown daughter.
Yeah, not very fun.
Cover the episode.
You
No, I don't think I ever saw that. I'm betting they did.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah, because they couldn't
Did you
explain
do
what
it for,
caused the fire.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't want to make sure I misspelled your name.
There's one of my friends that I mentioned across the
Just,
street.
if you would reshare it or just.
All right.
Okay. Okay.
Gummy bears.
Wasted all my money.
These are
So-
No, gummy bears a lot of times are more.
It was really, it's honestly, it's really nice at the end of the night. So,
Yeah, definitely.
I haven't been collecting them, but I know there's one on either side of me at the table, so that makes
Three.
three.
And then- Yeah, we can find you a couple more people to get one from.
Do you do your own hair?
No, I pay a professional because otherwise it would be my face. It's nice because I want colorful hair, but I don't exactly have an artistic vision for it. And I just go in and say, so Ashley, could you make it colorful? And I let her do whatever she wants.
I'm checking to see if
They
there's
were going to dye my own hair because now I've got to braiding them because the tips of my hair bleach completely differently than like the roots and stuff.
Oh,
So
because
like
they've been colored before.
Yeah, so
Right.
like my tips take the color really well. So what I've been doing is I bleached my hair again, and now I have pink at the roots that goes into purple.
That sounds pretty.
What is pretty actually? This is
Yeah, you don't want to ruin your look. Yeah.
Oh, don't worry, it's doing it for me.
Yeah, I can't handle things. Yeah. Yeah, when I was finally able to go back to the beauty shop after quarantine, was lifted and you could do things like go to the beauty shop, I went from waist-length hair to this because I was so done, so done with it. Or like, yeah, I need to shave my head. I really have no idea if my head's attractive under there. I haven't seen it in years.
I don't even think it was a pandemic, but yeah, my hair had gotten down probably my shoulder length at that point, which is the longest it had been in years.
Yeah.
I was gonna go to do that. I was like,
Yeah, I went to get in my car and a breeze came and I shut my hair. That's when I was done. I was just like, forget it. You're out of here. I'm done with you.
yeah, I cut my hair pixie length short in 2016 and I haven't gone back.
Yeah,
It's just too much work.
it is. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. It was very nice to meet you.
And,
I did erase my thing.
I'm really glad you said about post punk. I'd not heard of that. Like I've heard of solar punk.
It's a big thing with my writing. There's a lot of bad stuff that happens to the characters, and I really want a core of still just love, found family, coming back together, supporting each other. So it's a big thing of what I do.
I've actually, I really wish we could publish it, but I did a graphic fiction and it's like 385,000 words. It took like 6 years to write. I tell myself 6 years for 4 fantasies is not bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, but there's no way I could publish it without having to basically write a prequel so that I can then try that for the prequel. Because I did the research, I would.
Big John,
Those fanfictions that like you just take
Everybody
away,
knows.
like something, I was like, okay.
Take care.
Books, like read the AMA.
Yes, yeah. I won't go home
Whatever's
until,
really happy because I did.
probably
end
really
it
close
where
to the end of the con.
How far do you go?
Friends, the enemy, and then the enemy had to figure them shit out. And then it ended on this way. So I'm
I would say until you got the rest of your life, you know.
So I ended up, I had to fight for it because my editor's like best friend, he's like, you can't have this happy ending because it undoes all the work the character did to grow. And I'm like, I need my happy. So we fought and we found a way to make it happen.
Nice. I think that's worth fighting for. Well, thank you. Nice to meet you. Yeah, absolutely. I'm just gonna go step by the water right out there. You want me to carry something? Carry the bag. Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna go by the
There can be only one. Thank you very much. You're welcome, my friend. I just got into the demo. Yeah, I know you. You know what's done? You know what's done? Key lime pie. There used to be t-shirts and boxer shorts that said I understand.
That's all it's.
Because the money you put into it, there, everything.
Right place.
I wasn't sure. The M floor's on fire, so fire alarm.
Two ways to escape.
Now, why are you sitting in the audience?
He's laughing at your tone of voice. Do I really convince me to just waste an hour of my life on that?
Intending.
Changes from source material to
It doesn't have to be.
We've got Elizabeth and Jeff. We can make this a party.
Who brought the bourbon? Who else is on the panel? You don't know? Oh, that's right. You're not moderator this time.
No, I didn't know what I was.
You did too. 3 whole days.
It was Trump now. It was not, there's no prep required.
You have questions.
I have questions because it's an easy topic. It's not 19th century werewolf fiction.
I was put on a panel once about like pulp magazines of the 1920s, about which I knew exactly nothing. Have never written about it, never even blogged about it. Why was I on this panel? Near as I can tell, I was on the panel because they needed a girl on the panel. And I happened to have a hole in my schedule. So I showed up because I have never skipped a panel, like actually missed a panel. But boy, did I not know what I was doing. I covered with a lot of really bad snark. Oh, there's a Lynn. You were hiding. Oh. No, I'm just jealous. Because we walked over to Zapata's for dinner, and then we came back to catch the shuttle over to the Holiday Inn because the Falstaff authors were supposed to have this happy hour meet and greet thing at 6. And we show up, and the Falstaff leaders are not there, but karaoke is. And it was half an hour before the shuttle bus came back. So we were trapped with the karaoke for half an hour. I'm still not convinced this was not some elaborate prank, but there will be some retribution. I don't know. It was bad enough that when the shuttle came back half an hour later, we all left. There was this en masse Falstaff authors piling onto the bus to come back, and somebody cracked, "Next stop, Vegas." I said, and none of them were ever seen or heard from again. It's a terrible blow to the Falstaff line. I assume at some point I'll find out what happened. Oh, you're going to deign to join me up here?
Yep.
Is the dealer's room still open? I thought everything was
Not
closed.
closed at 7.
I got the auction going on.
Oh.
You may well be right.
I did a con once that they had
The auctioneer is quite entertaining.
one con once did their charity auction Sunday afternoon, started at 11, and it was still going on when the dealer's room closed at 3. So everybody was in the charity auction, and absolutely nobody was in the dealer's room. And all of us dealers were like, we need to pay the hotel bill. Could somebody please come buy books so that we can go home? We were just endlessly waiting for the charity auction to end so people would come buy our stuff.
Well, did you grab the manager and say, because we had no traffic in the, whatever, can you extend the hours?
Yeah, no, I wanted to go home. I had a 5-hour drive ahead of me and a cranky kid. But I've not been back. You've seen us. The question will then become, can you tell the difference between Jeff's voice and mine? I don't know that Jeff and I should ever be on a podcast together.
Well, if you see one panelist, you see them all.
I did a podcast with, I think it was Dayton Ward and Keith DeCandido, only I had never met Keith in real life, and I called him Keith DeCandido the entire time. I didn't know how to pronounce it. I only knew how to spell it. DeCandido. And I said, DeCandido. And he was so polite about waiting till after the podcast was done recording to correct me on the pronunciation instead of, in the middle of the podcast where I'd look like a dumbass, which I was. But, I know how to spell things. I don't know how to pronounce it. Oh, yeah? What's the piece?
For the International Tie-In Writers Association.
Oh.
And so what they did, it's called Double Trouble, and it was time travel with historical figures.
Oh, I think I've heard about this piece. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Keith's good people. It's going to be the Jeff and Elizabeth show.
Yeah, there's only 1 minute left.
They have plenty of time for dinner, that's all I'm saying.
One time I was at the last panel on Sunday, and we were scheduled 5 panelists. Only the moderator showed up.
Yeah.
And whom I knew, and I happened to know that there were 2 people with an interest in the topic of the panel, which was you. One of which had written a book at the time, and went out and grabbed them and wrote them into the moderator was quite grateful.
Technically, Rich is completely, probably better than me to be on this panel.
And he's on his phone. I have to ask, sir, where did you get that jacket?
In the shop in Rockville, Maryland,
Oh.
some years ago, and I was getting ready to go to my first Comic Con. And I saw that and I said, this is the thing to wear to the Comic Con.
I have a husband who definitely needs that in his life.
Comic Cons and sci-fi cons and occasionally technical, Linux conventions or something. It's a great icebreaker. People come up and start a conversation with you.
Yes.
Well, it's 8:30. It may just be us.
All right, let's hit the doors.
You go out in the hall and just grab someone. You are now a panelist.
Yeah. Okay, that was a lot louder than I intended it to be. That's right. I'm slamming doors. It's the karaoke. I just nominated you to be moderator.
The other panelists can say, oh, yes, I can't go in there now that the door is shut.
You're moderator. I told you I never moderate. I made that a condition of my attendance at con. I put it on my form when I fill it out.
All right, I'll read you the panel description.
Yeah, what the hell is this panel about again?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Vaguely Based on the Title of the Novel. How closely can we expect a film, TV adaptation of a book, comic, short story, or game to follow the source material? How much control does the original author have, and should they mind anyway? With me is Elizabeth Donald, who I'll have introduce herself.
I'm Elizabeth Donald, and I write stuff for a living. I've been a journalist and novelist for... hello.
Stuart's on the way. Our last panel just ended. I'm sorry. We
Well,
ran a
good.
little over there.
We're just glad
So
that
we
it's not
won't
just going to
actually
be us. Okay.
Oh, I can leave if you just want to.
People.
You're all going to have to wait. I'm the moderator, and I need to...
Hey, you're off the hook. Well, wait.
Oh, God, Stuart's on our house.
All right, this is...
Oh, it feels much nicer in here. Well, I'm wearing a jacket.
Yeah.
It's hot in there. I was sweating. You know, my briefing room's never sweating. I guess that's going to be my thing from now on.
I'm sorry.
Hi, Alex. How's it going? Good, how are you? I don't know. Sorry I'm late. That's okay. Stuart and I were just getting here too, so. You're late.
I'm the moderator. Somehow I'm in the middle too, which is, I'll take. I mean, you should be in the middle, but too late. It's going to be that kind of a thing.
Hello again. Good. We're on the same track today.
I guess we should close the door.
Okay, now the last time I did this, it slammed, so I'm going to push it gently this time.
Hey, yeah.
My wife told me I can buy more stuff.
All right. Out of one panel into another.
Yeah.
Here we go. Hello, everybody, and welcome.
Hi, Stuart.
Hello. Let me bring up actual notes because I actually
Preparation.
Talking as much.
Yeah. All right.
I don't.
Welcome. We are talking about adapting books into different types of medium and to different types of medium, in particular TV and movies. And for my own panelists, I usually have time to say this, but I prefer a more open, let's just have a conversation. I don't want to have to go down. But we'll all get it. As long as we're all nice to each other, and I will do my best to
Oh, well, I'm out of here.
wrangle you in,
Nice.
and we can talk, especially on this, because I know some of you, and some of you I'm just meeting, so I don't know what your various experiences are in dealing with Hollywood and all that. And so I'm sure we'll be talking about that, but I'm sure we'll also talk about it just from the viewpoint of what we all experience watching an adaptation and then thinking about it from that standpoint. So let's start with everyone's favorite part, introductions. Leanne, ladies first.
Oh, thank you. My name is Elizabeth Donald, and I write stuff. I've been making my living with the written word for about 25 years now as a journalist and as an author for the last 20 years. I've just recently finished my second master's degree, and I assume that's why I'm on this panel to offer the academic part of it, since we did an extensive study of adaptation theory in the MFA, which is about as useful as it sounds, but I'll see what I can do. As I'm sure all of you have much more experience with the practical side of it than I do. I also have done film review, etc. And so that's why I figure I'm here.
I'm Jeff Strand, primarily a horror author. I've got various adaptations of my books into movies in development, sometimes with my involvement, some without. So that's part of why I'm on this panel. And I very recently did a novelization of the 1978 movie Attack of the Killer Tomatoes.
It's awesome.
I'm Stuart Jaffe. I'm best known for Max Porter Paranormal Mysteries, but I write all kinds of fantasy and science fiction. I've had Max Porter went through the merry-go-round of Hollywood for about 2 years, so I can talk about what it's like to get something almost there and have it, which is most people's experience. And then, and I've also had stuff being and been involved with taking characters from some of my work and training into comics.
I'm Alex Rath, military science fiction, exploration science fiction, post-apocalyptic. I'm also about to start working on a trilogy for Steve Jackson's Star Wars universe.
Nice.
Yeah, I got the contract for the trilogy.
God.
I got nothing.
So I can't really talk about turning stuff in movies, although the first trilogy of a series I write in is actually already in production. But I can talk about turning books into games, because we have done that with the universes I write. So touch on that a little bit.
I'm going to go home. I'm Patrick Dugan. I am the author of the Darkest Storm trilogy, The Watcher of Hysteria, and many other properties. I have not gotten to play with Hollywood at all. I am just a fan, so I will be giving you the novice view of how they butcher books.
Well, and let's just start with the fun part of it, rather than the fan part of it that we all can relate to, and just talk about some really examples of it that you absolutely love, and go from there. And then we'll get into some of the nitty-gritty when we start talking about where they succeeded or failed.
The first thing that comes to mind is, one of the first couple of adaptations from books to movies that I really wanted to love was Tom Clancy. Huge Tom Clancy fan. Some of the movies, okay. Some of them, we won't talk about Patriot games. Yeah, that's the big one for me, Tom Clancy.
The Witcher, that's my big one. I think they did The Witcher mostly because I think Henry Cavill was born to play Geralt. And he loved the video game, and he loved he actually had arguments with the writers over what Geralt would do and would not do, and they put him in a costume, and he was like, "You gotta be kidding me!" He went out and threw himself in the mud because he's like, "You can't look like you just came off the stage." Yeah. And so I think because of him and the writing that went along with The Witcher, they did a really, really good job. Although I will say, there's 3 flavors of Witcher, so it gives you a little more leeway, because are you in the book Witcher or are you in the game Witcher? So I think they had a little more wiggle room to make it, but I'm super excited for season 3 and not for season 4.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I think my favorite all these years later is still Stephen King's Misery.
I was just that was mine.
It's one of my
the horror author picked a horror movie.
Well, it's one of my favorite Stephen King books, but the movie is actually even better because there's a lot in the book that is a little self-indulgent. You don't need to actually see the book he's writing, which you do in the novel. When you cut all that out, it's actually tighter, leaner, and then you've got Kathy Bates. So that is still my
just
favorite.
Reminds me, one of the things I've seen, this is a bit of a tangent, but one of the things I've seen on some of these, my daughter watches YouTube and watches a lot of these Karen videos. And one of them is a woman in a bookstore looking for the next Misery book and going absolutely nuts and cockadoodling and all this, and no one in there has any clue what she's doing. They think she's actually crazy because they've never read Misery.
Of course.
Well, in the book,
seen
she
that.
chops his foot off. And you think, okay, for the movie, they had to tone that down, but they replaced it so brilliantly with the sledgehammer.
yeah.
It's
Oh,
like
yeah.
even
Howland
worse.
was perfect.
In a way, it's even worse.
Yeah.
So it's like
Well,
you.
because then you're looking at your foot and it's
Right.
ruined, and you're
It's
like,
going the wrong
oh,
way. Yeah.
So it's like they had something that they had to compromise because it's too gory for a mainstream Rob Reiner movie, but the solution to that made it even more effective.
So I just finished an extensive academic analysis of Little Women throughout the years, watching all the way back to the Katharine Hepburn in the 1930s and looking at the 1994 with Winona Ryder and the most recent one in 2019 as a reflection of how the story's interpretation has changed with various generations, specifically looking at it through the lens of feminist theories. I told you I was going to be the annoying academic, but it was really fun and fascinating for me, a lot more fun than some of the other analyses I've had to do, because the story itself changes so significantly depending on what era you're looking at it in. In the early years, it's being interpreted primarily as a lovely story about little girls growing up and finding their one true, undying whatever. And then when you start to see shifts in the 90s, it's still sticking primarily to the story of the novel, but there's hints of more about a woman's journey to find her own path, to defy the restraints of their society. And then has anybody seen the 2019 besides me? Okay, there's one.
I didn't even know they made it.
They did, and she made some very different choices. And I really recommend some of the interviews she's done about the choices they made. First of all, to completely upend the chronology of the story, and so you get the story in jumping all over the storyline, which is both effective and not. If you're like my husband, you've never seen it or read the book, you have no idea what's going on. But that towards the end, she is changing the story of the novel to be more the story of Louisa May Alcott and what she went through as a writer, in her insistence that the main character would not marry because Alcott herself never married, and made a choice to advance her own life through her own career. And we see the story of Little Women being melded with the story of Alcott's own life. And we're left at the end wondering, did we actually just see Little Women, or did we see Louisa May Alcott writing Little Women? It's you can get a lot of mileage out of that one. Obviously I did.
Okay.
And that's time.
No. So those are all good answers. Yours is especially good because I was going to say it, and I'm not going to come up with another one because I'm just lazy. But no, one thing I do want to, which we're
Looking at your table, I don't think you're lazy.
we're going to have to talk about is Harry Potter, and there's a very good reason to talk about it because, of course, there are several books. They've all been adapted, and the first three are all Chris Columbus, and then they started changing, and so you see a very, very different attitudes towards and different approaches about how people interpret and adapt work. So the original three that Chris Columbus directed, that J.K. Rowling had a lot of input on, were all like page for page, pretty much the book. And I'm curious because what you all think of it, because I've talked to people about this and they have such varied opinions on whether it was good or not. Especially then you get to the fourth book where they brought in Cuarón. I can't think of his first name. Is it Alejandro Cuarón?
Yeah.
Alfonso.
Yeah.
And they brought him in, and it departs from the book, and it's clearly now a director's vision, interpretation, and adaptation of the book, and it's a whole different thing. And since I'm afraid Jeff is going to steal my ideas again, I'm just going to say my opinion is that the initial three, while somewhat entertaining, and they did do a really good job of taking what was described and putting it on screen. I think they're very flat movies. I think they're very boring movies because they're books, and books are not movies. Whereas I found the Quran one, which is very different than the book, I love it because he knows how to make a movie, and it's a movie. It's its own art form. It's a different art form than a book, and I don't think they should be exactly the same. Discuss.
Well, and that's too, the director's visions of each of those books also aged the story. As the children who read those books when they first came out, they were much older by the time they were adults and had kids of their own practically. By the time the last books and then the movies came out. And so we see the story more darker and more mature.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the movies reflect that very well, that progression of the story from, like you said, kind of a candy-coated children's story at the beginning to the dark murder fest that it is towards the end.
But I think, to be fair, Chris Columbus, I thought, did a good job because, but they were also very short books. The first three books are from Scholastic are very short. And so you could really go in and do scene by scene because they were short. Whereas when you hit Order of the Phoenix in, Deathly Hallows, those books are huge and you can't put everything into a movie. Even splitting Deathly Hallows into two movies, you could not cover all the stuff that she covered. So then it comes down to, parsing down to what are the important scenes and what is going to work as a movie better than what works in a book. Because I think we see a lot of books that have like brilliant detail in it, but it doesn't translate into a movie because it doesn't have the same gravitas that reading it does is seeing it. Whereas some things are much more gut punch when you see it versus when you read it. So I think, I actually like the Christopher Columbus ones, but I think that they were middle school readers. So I think he delivered what it was. Whereas book 4 takes a huge departure, even in the books, away from that childhood kind of fantasy into a much more adult, and the other one I would say is Twilight. Book 4 in Twilight takes a huge departure from what the other three books are.
I'll have to take your word.
I haven't read them, I've just been told.
I've never watched the movies. No, with Harry Potter, so I think I've read the series twice front to back. I think I've watched the movies twice front to back. To be honest, I'm not the guy that really looks at who's directing and who's doing this and that. I just don't care. I watch a movie, and if I find it entertaining, it was a good movie. When I'm watching movies adapted from books, I try really hard when I start watching to forget the book, because otherwise I know I'm going to be disappointed. In the vendor room, there is a sign that says the book was better, because it's always true.
No.
And
Not true.
there are very few exceptions, but for the most part,
that
you're
just
right.
to see who would disagree.
That's because you're smart.
And I had a feeling you would.
I would.
You disagree with that.
I don't.
Sorry. You had to. It was right there. But no, the later movies got really, really dark. I wasn't a fan of the use of filters because I had trouble watching it. It made it difficult for me to see the way my eyes work. The filter use wasn't a fan but in the books, you're right. The order things and forward, it got dark. And it was to the point where I let my daughter watch the first three. She was like 6 or 7 at the time. I'm like, you're not watching the rest of it.
Yeah. I did the same thing with my kids.
Yeah. And you stole my answer. So.
They're really the same person. We just like.
I just want to make sure.
Movie magic.
This is the only time you'll see them both together in the same room.
Well, I'd say that you get the gold star from the academic crowd because adaptation theory starts with fidelity to the source material can't be the sole arbiter of whether or not something is higher quality. It is a different medium, and that applies whether you're talking about an adaptation of book to movie or comic book to movie or movie to comic book and TV show to comic book. And you see the Star Wars and Star Trek comics, etc. They're all different media, and how we interpret the story is going to change, and so the story has to change for it. And like you said, you can't put all of Order of the Phoenix in one movie. Good Lord, we would still be there.
It's also, I'm sorry.
I think the age up is really important because as a kid, if I saw an adaptation, I wanted it to be exactly the same.
Yeah.
Any divergence pissed me off. But then as an adult, I don't care. I just want them to make the best movie possible. So I think that worked really well with Harry Potter, that the first book is pretty much exactly like the movie, and then you diverge because, you know, as an 18-year-old, you're not as committed to the idea that it needs to be exactly what you read.
But who else wanted to see spew on the screen?
Took me a second to remember what you meant, and yes, I did.
Part of what you're saying,
Yes.
I wasn't.
part of what we're all
made
talking
the
about.
leap.
Part
Yes.
of what we're all talking about, and I think people don't seem to always understand is that, of course, books can do things that movies can't do, and vice versa. And so, like for example, in Lord of the Ring, in the Peter Jackson Lord of the Rings, he takes things that are in the book, more or less a throwaway sentence. There was this battle of blah, 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 and gives us a 10-minute battle that we watch because that's what film is good for. Film is good for a visceral, visual experience, not a quiet, introspective, internal thought, right? And books, I can slow down time to pages being just seconds of somebody thinking, but if you watch somebody think for a couple seconds, you know, it's not very exciting.
I'm amused you brought up Lord of the Rings because my husband is the huge Tolkien fan in the house, and I was at best a casual Tolkien fan. And if I hear one more time, there were no elves at Helm's Deep.
Right. Well, or for that matter, Eowyn is, you know, I mean, J.R.R. Tolkien was notoriously, there's like no women in all of Middle Earth, you know, other than they're mentioned, you know, and they have very small parts. And so, of course, they beefed up that role, and they did it for a lot of reasons. But one of them is because there's a larger audience. It's a film. They want women to have somebody to pay attention to. They wanted to get somebody who would actually want to play the role, you know, so they had to create a role worth playing. So there were all of those other reasons that had to deal with the difference in the medium. And I think,
and that would be the one that breaks the rule for me is I actually think Lord of the Rings is a much better movie than it is a book. Oh my God. If I had to read about motherfucking Hobbit for 300 pages, I was going to kill somebody.
So you have to remember the audience difference.
Yes. But you know, it literally took me 20 years to read Fellowship of the Rings because I could not get past the Hobbit. You know, the whole half a book of just talking
Sounds like
about
trying to read Jordan.
Yeah, I like Jordan, but with Tolkien, I'm like, oh my God, I don't care. It's like there's no story here. You're just basically giving us a history lesson, and I don't care. And so, in all that, you know, and then the other thing is they walk. And they walk, and they walk, and they walk, and they walk, and it's
just
like I'm like, oh my God, I don't need to know that they're walking. I get it; they're going a long way. Speed them. You know?
I had almost that exact same conversation with my husband, who has read the Silmarillion 5 times, and I don't think anyone, including Tolkien, has done that. So, there's definitely a difference of opinion, but yeah, I'm on your side.
I use the Cliff Notes. Spark Notes, whatever it is now.
Well, while we're kind of in this back and forth, what are do you think are some of the worst adaptations and why?
I'm gonna get in trouble.
Go
ahead. The later one.
I
I know it's the one everybody loves, the new one, and they have a few scenes like the funhouse scene in part 2 that I think are really awesome, but a lot of the changes they made updating the 50s characters to 80s characters because it's really popular to be a kid in the 80s now because we're all old. But some of the character changes they made, particularly when you take the only black character in the story of the major characters and completely remove his good supportive family background, who was the only one who had a really healthy family background, removed his role as the group historian that fills in all the history of what's going on, etc. I couldn't stand. My understanding is in the original drafts, they also turned him into a drug addict. And after some fairly negative reactions from early viewers, gee, I can't imagine why, they excised that, but then you can see it in the movie that the actor is still playing it that way.
Yeah, I can't fathom that wouldn't have screen tested well.
Gee, why? What possible stereotypes could we possibly? Yeah, it is my favorite novel, and I think that's another thing we have to acknowledge. Just like my husband is overly invested in Elves and Helm's Deep, I am probably overly invested in it because it's my favorite novel. But I was really looking forward to those adaptations, of seeing a version that wasn't hobbled by, shall we say, the TV movies version that was really stuck with the limitations that they could have when they had broadcast television in the, what is that, 91, was it 90? Was it 80s? Oh, geez. So yeah, there wasn't much that they could do besides a giant spider at the end.
Yeah.
And I was so disappointed in some of the character assassination in that.
These days, I'm really good at separating the movie from the book or whatever, so I don't care that much. I treat them separately. When I was younger, those were very different. So my all-time favorite book in high school was Dean Koontz's Watchers. And the adaptation of it is a cheesy Corey Haim movie. And
I'm not placing it.
And it just, at the time, it horrified.
That
was difficult because it's a book, even back in the 80s, Koontz was doing dog books, and it's a super intelligent golden retriever, but it's an amazing book. And at the time, it was my all-time favorite book. And
I can't imagine how that would go wrong on screen.
And then it's a bad direct-to-video Corey Haim, and I just could not believe, like, what have you done? Right. And it's just, and there's a Watchers too, because it was successful because it had Corey Haim at the height of his career, and it was based on a Dean Koontz book, but it's very, very bad.
Well, I'll throw mine in. I know this might be controversial because people love Marvel movies and all that, but I have to say, George Lucas's Howard the Duck is
I don't think that's a controversial
terrible adaptation. That was an adaptation. Yeah, Howard the Duck was what it was, but it was meant to be funny and light and
Liam Thompson. Who cares?
And I know, and they wasted.
This is what I'm saying.
I don't care.
And even as a kid, I'm watching, going, they're wasting her. How is she in this crap?
Money.
So I have to go back to it. I agree with that 100%. I remember when I was young, one of the best gifts I ever got was it hardcover the day it released, and I've still got it.
We don't have any stickers of that. You did in the other one.
That's okay. Your adulation is enough. I have to tell the story real quick. The reason I say that, 2 years ago at this very convention, I was sitting right out there, and I was having a big time because it was my first convention selling books. I've only published 4 years ago. And I was having a time. And Stuart came up to me and said, "What's wrong?" I said, the imposter syndrome is real. And Stuart looks at me and says, "Have you written books?" "Yes." "Have people bought your books?" "Yes." "Shut up, you're an author."
I'm going to use that one.
And I will remember that to this day. Because from that time on, I felt really comfortable. So that,
do what I can.
For the worst one, though, I have to go with The Shining.
Yes.
The Shining.
Which one?
The Kubrick one?
There's more than one.
There's more than one.
His own.
And I like the second one better, which usually gets me
seen
chased out of the room with pitchforks and torches.
I haven't seen it. No, I did not care for the Kubrick version.
Neither did Stephen King.
No, I know. And there are actually a lot of reasons I don't like it. But I don't think it carried the story very well. I don't think it actually told the story that was meant to be told. And I also don't like the way Kubrick treats his actresses. So
they don't either.
No. And that's, I mean, that gets back to
I've seen about that.
Oh yeah, it was horrific. And it's an example too of how the story there needs to be some understanding of the story. Kubrick famously dismissed the novel. He just He thought it was a little stupid pot boiler, and he was using it to his admittedly beautiful visions. The man was a terrific cinematographer, but not exactly a people person.
So,
but I'm sorry.
No, that's good. But before we tangent off, I did first of all.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Do you have one to throw in?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. Do that.
So I actually have two. Number one would be Ender's Game, which I thought was horrific.
Yeah.
Oh.
The other one, depending on which version you like, is Dune. And I personally love the David Lynch Dune, but it has nothing to do with the book at all. But it's got Sting.
I thank you for mentioning that because that ties into The Shining, which is something that I think you and I probably can talk about. This is so real quickly. My Max Porter books were a producer approached me. They wanted to turn in a TV show, and for about 2 years, I got paid for so that I wouldn't take it anywhere else. Like nobody, So I got paid.
They have an option.
Yeah, I got paid for nothing, but I got to go through the whole experience. And one of the things I came out of that really understanding in a way I never did before was while they were obviously excited about my book, they didn't go to somebody else. They wanted my book. You have to remember they're artists too. Stanley Kubrick, David Lynch is an artist. They don't want to just sit here and go, I'm going to just put Stuart Jaffe's brain on here and his imagination.
And they're not telling your story.
They are being inspired by your work, and they want to create something themselves. And hopefully, if your work is strong enough, they will abide by that to some extent, because they also have a financial responsibility to make a good movie that's going to bring people in. But it's a difficult line for them to go through. And sometimes you get a Kubrick who's like, fuck it, I'm doing what I want. When you hire David Lynch, you better know what you're getting, something wacko.
Yeah.
And I want to talk about Dune is a good example of something else. So we'll get back to that as well. But I'm curious what your experiences so far have been. If you felt that same thing, or
it has varied a lot. The only feature film I've had made was actually really loyal up until the point where they ran out of money.
Yeah.
And so it kind of just.
And then there was stick figures.
Yeah, then it just,
The South Park.
it just sort of ends. I was like, all right. Stuff I have in development varies because the ones that I'm not involved with, I've read the scripts and it is sometimes loyal and sometimes veers off completely. Right. And I basically just shut up and let them do it.
Just cash the checks.
There's one that I'm writing. The one I'm writing is a big studio one. So it's me working directly with the director with, 12 studio people, stern-faced in Zoom meetings saying, here's our notes, feedback. So what I've discovered is that budget plays into every single creative decision you make, even with something which is fairly small scale but generously budgeted. It's still do you need that cutaway shot? And do you need, if we got rid of the hallway and just said everything in that one room, that saves us a setup and a new. And so I'm learning that even in a big studio film, every single decision you make is filtered in some degree through budget. And so a lot of stuff changes that way. A lot of it changes just because there are so many voices, because it's based on my book. I'm the screenwriter. The director wants to be as loyal to the book as he can, but you still have lots of feedback, and then you have to address every note on some level.
Right. You also have to understand that the way a book works, I write it. That's what it is, right? And I can get notes from an editor. I can ignore them, or I can do them, but ultimately, it's a straight line. A movie is a funnel, all these different ideas, and it all comes down. The director's job is essentially to take all of this and make one, hopefully, cohesive thing and then they put their stamp on it, which is why the director gets all the attention. The writer is just another thing up there at the top. And if you happen to have a good relationship with the director, then you might get more. But that's why having a strong, that's why like a Kubrick or Lynch might get hired for something. You're like, why did they even bother? Because you need somebody strong-willed and strong and passionate enough to actually see this thing through. I just finished reading Mel Brooks' autobiography. I think it's called "It's All About Me" or something like that.
Sounds about right.
And it's a great book. If you like Mel Brooks, you'll love it. But he talks about he does Blazing Saddles, which nobody wanted him to do, right? And
It could not be done anymore.
You could not do it today.
He
Yeah.
does it, and he puts it. They do a screening for the studio, and the studio head comes back, and he's like, "Well, I have some notes." And he goes, "Hold on a second." He gets out a pad of paper and a pencil, and he goes, "Okay, what are your notes?" And the studio's like, "Well, the whole beans scene and all that." He's like, "That's horrible and offensive. Get rid of it." He goes, "Okay, it's cut." And he's like, "How do I use the N word? Can we cut?" It's cut. And then he just goes down. And I want to change this to that. Okay, you got it. And he goes on and on, like 2 pages of notes. The studio head walks away, and he just threw it out. Didn't change a thing. That's how it went out as he saw it. And then, of course, the studio head, since he's making a lot of money, is like, "I was brilliant for letting this happen." And so that's another reality of it, is you need that strength of a director. You know, as a writer, we get the best thing we have to do is we can sign, and either we cash the check and we're like, well, whatever happens, happens, or we negotiate to say, well, I'm going to have influence. And if you're J.K. Rowling, you're making so much money, you actually can pick your director. I don't know your influence yet, but I know mine is 0. Yeah, so we just hope and pray and cash the check. Yeah, sure.
They actually cut the bean scene in the broadcast TV edit.
Well, that's a whole nother thing.
I saw a version when I was a kid of the bean scene, but no sound.
Yeah.
So it makes no sense. They're just standing up and sitting down for no reason. But I remember showing that Blazing Saddles to my son, who is an aspiring filmmaker and actor. God save us all. And so he and we're watching this, and we're 10 minutes into the movie, and he makes me pause. He said, "How did Mel Brooks get permission to make this movie?" And I said, "Well, there's this thing called Final Cut, and he's the reason it doesn't exist anymore."
They also had Richard Pryor working with them on it.
Yeah.
Yes, Pryor was going
Richard Pryor was supposed to play.
Yeah.
And then that's a whole story. So, but in terms of the adaptations, the point is that when we're talking about movies and TV, and particularly movies, you do have artists who are trying to have their own vision on something. And sometimes it's an overpowering vision, and sometimes it might not. In my opinion, like the Chris Columbus stuff, it's not overpowering enough. But it is an aspect that we often forget, because the writers, we just write it, you guys read it, and it's almost a one-to-one kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not what a movie is.
I'm hearing. Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. We're talking about Dune. And I had an opportunity earlier this year. I was talking with Kevin Anderson, and he's listed on the movie credits as a consultant for a reason, not as a writer, as a consultant. He consulted with it because of his work with Frank Herbert, and his work on the most recent books and everything else he's freaking putting his name on it. I love Kevin to death, but God, he needs to slow down. And yeah, he was a consultant. They went to him for certain things to verify certain facts, but otherwise, you think he had influence on that movie?
So I was a dragon.
So hold on, there's a question.
I was just gonna say, as a fan, somewhat of movies, but mostly of books, anytime something that I really love, I hear that they're making a movie, there's like a little rush. Oh, I'm so happy for the author, and then
that trepidation of, what are they going to do to it?
Yeah, and then it's interesting to hear you say that you really respect that the director and the makers are artists. So I have never really thought of it from that point. That's very interesting.
Well,
And, you have to kind of let go of your book a little bit and realize that they're going to have their artistic.
And on the other hand, I'm hearing Harlan Ellison in my head, because if you've ever seen the documentary Dreams with Sharp Teeth, it's basically a biography documentary of Harlan Ellison and his adventures in television and film. And he went on one of his famous diatribes about directors who bring in their own direction and their own well, this is my vision. And he says, yeah, fuck you and your vision. Where were you when the page was blank? At the same time, he also acknowledges that's kind of why he never really got going in feature films and why it was too difficult. He wasn't going to fight it anymore and keep trying to do Hollywood, and he just stuck with print because he had a singular vision that he wanted reflected verbatim on the screen, and directors and television executives and so on would come along with their vision, and he would just end up fighting for 6 months. So that letting go a little bit and allowing somebody else to run with it. That was just a step he never could take.
I think that's why Philip K. Dick books to movies have worked, because he's gone.
He can't object from the grave.
I'm actually not being sarcastic. I think because he is not there. Because I think even and I love Blade Runner. I mean, it's one of my all-time favorites. I don't think he would have been happy with Blade Runner, because it is not what do androids dream of electric sheep. They take elements from it, but it is not. It is not
That
really.
said, that's the money he would have made
Yes.
from that. Would have paid for a lot of drugs. He would have made me very happy.
Well, but he would have been dead sooner, so it would matter. So
yeah.
But I think that I think it's two camps. It's the authors who are like, give me the check, it's yours, and then there's the people who want to fight and make, try to get their vision onto the screen. But the problem is that when you write, it's much more cerebral. You were, to Stuart's point, you were going directly into somebody's brain, versus a movie, which you have to have a broad spectrum approach to, because you need those enough eyeballs on the movie to make it profitable to be able to keep doing other stuff.
King has said, Stephen King said that, that you just let them run with it, because, as we can tell from the Children of the Corn movies, that
We don't
the
talk
book
about those.
do not exist. But he says the book is on the shelf.
Yeah.
They can't change a word. The book is on the shelf, and whatever they make of it is something very different. But he did, when the TV networks came to him in the 90s and said, "We'd like to do a TV movie of one of your books. Which would you like?" He said The Shining without even hesitating, because he had such dislike for the Kubrick version.
I mean, we have one of the universes I write in, Kevin Steverson's Salvage Title universe. The first three books are the first book's already in production. And we've had a lot of discussions about it on the back end, because I have a trilogy in that universe, and maybe the first movies do well. Maybe it comes along to mine, although I'm not sure how much people are going to like snakes in space. But that's literally what it's about, trying to have snakes in space. Don't ask, that's another story after that.
Snakes in space.
But we have talked to him a lot about what kind of input is he getting, and he's like, well, they let me read the script and they let me send them my thoughts. That's it.
Which goes into the spam filter.
Don't feel too bad for us that when these things happen, because we do get paid, number one. And number two, while we all would like a good version of our book or story to be on there, even a bad version will help us. And my best example of this is Jim Butcher.
Yeah, I was just going there.
Jim Butcher, before that TV show, which had its one horrible run, he was a mid-list author that a bunch of you all knew, but nobody else knew. And because of that show, he immediately became an A-list author and was wanted everywhere, and his sales went up. When I had this book being made, or the chance for my book to be made in a TV show, I knew I don't have no clout, so there were only a couple key things I was like, this has to be this way. The book has to my books take place in North Carolina. They deal with I take real history and I turn them into ghost stories and all this, and so they needed to be that. And it's about a married couple who actually have a loving, wonderful, good marriage. They don't cheat on each other. They never had 16 books in. They never will. I'm like, those are the only two things. Because originally, they create a proposal. It's like 80 pages of what this whole vision of this show will be, and the original guy who wrote it wanted to do it in Savannah, Georgia, for all the ghosts in Savannah, Georgia. And I'm like, no, it's like absolutely not, because I don't care what the show looks like. I do, but I don't care what the show looks like. Ultimately, I care that there's going to be a portion of the audience that's going to see, based on the book, the series, Matt Porter series by Stuart Jaffe, and they'll go get that. And if they pick it up and it's taking place in North Carolina and it's not about this Playboy guy, but it's about a married couple, they'll be like, what the hell is this? Yeah. This is not, but if it's at least in the right place with the right characters, then the rest of it can play out differently. And hopefully they'll be like, oh, the book is so much better. Yeah. Which is, that's, imagine if the Harry Dresden TV show took place in Miami. It would I mean, it would have been much worse than it already is. But then if you had never read it and then you picked it up thinking, well, see, I'd love to see a ghost, wizard in Miami, and now you're in Chicago, you'd be like, what is going on?
Where are the beaches?
Really? So that's kind of thing I was willing to fight for and would have said, I wouldn't have, there's no amount of money because that they could, well, I should say that. There's no amount of money that they would be willing to pay.
Okay.
There you go.
That I would give it up for because I know that I'm actually losing money in the long run.
I'm seeing some interesting parallels in that, going from book to movie and me writing in Steve Jackson's universe in Star Wars. Star Wars has been a game since the 80s. I played it back then. I think you said you played it.
I played it back then all the time.
Okay. And so when I pitched a 1.5-page idea for a trilogy, Steve read it, liked it, got it back to me. And through the publisher, I got one note. In the series, there's going to be a hostage taken by a corporation. And Steve said, under no uncertain circumstances can that hostage get killed. Innocents don't get killed in the Star Wars universe. Period. End of story. That's a deal breaker. Like, well, I actually said she got rescued. But okay. I'll make sure she doesn't get hurt in the rescue. How about that? Steve's like, no, she can get hurt.
So there's somebody who knows that just because it says this is your plan, it might change. So he said, if it changes, you don't change it this way.
That's really the only cardinal rule he gave me. Don't kill innocents anywhere in the story. And that's just Steve's thing. And when you're getting a chance to write for Steve Jackson, you do whatever the hell he says.
Told. Yes.
If he says no, you do no.
Yeah. So and I see that as much the same. Steve Jackson has the kind of clout where he can say, "This is what happens in my universe." For some people outside this room, people across the street, they have no clue who Steve Jackson is. I feel so sorry for them, but we do.
Well, and up until now, we've mostly been talking about like our work being adapted by somebody else. But that's a good point about when we are asked to do an adaptation ourselves. I did a game novelization about 10 years ago, I think, for Spellbinder Games, and it's a D20 D&D style, but set in the Louisiana Bayou. So you've got monstrous mosquitoes and half-elf running around in the swamp. And I had a lot of fun playing in the swamp.
Yes, you do.
But some of their, of course, some of their, I came up with the storyline. I added my own characters, but I was also using some of their characters. So yeah, there's a lot of parameters you have to work in that this is what we want to happen in our universe. I can't go kill their main character because they're going to want to write more books with lesser people to write them. And so there are certain rules one must obey, even if it means that we have to alter our vision. Because again, when you're playing somebody else's sandbox, you have to follow their rules. Yes.
And I do that a lot.
He who owns the gold makes the rules.
Yeah.
or I think it was canon law. He goes, the canon makes the law. I play in people's universes. I play in the Four Horsemen universe. That's where I got my start. I played in the Salvage Title universe.
Well, and like Star Wars is notorious for that. When you're working in Star Wars, they are ruthless about protecting their IP, and they are very much like, you will not do this and you will not do that. And, and then they have people who literally go through, the books and go, Kylo Ren was on this planet on this day, so he can't be there. So go rewrite it.
It wasn't as bad before Darth Mouse.
At the same time, they are like that. But I'm amazed at how open-minded they've been in tone of, from Andor to Mandalorian to it's like they're so open to there being all different kinds of stories to tell, and it's not all going to be reproduction, versions of George Lucas's Star Wars, but just complete, which I think is going to help it stay relevant and healthy.
Well, I mean, if you're familiar with Tim Zahn, Thrawn, when Disney first acquired Star Wars properties, they decanonized Thrawn. Tim was not happy. Neither were Tim's fans. Disney heard about this, and Thrawn is now canon again. But that can happen too. I mean, your whole body of work, if you write for another IP, can be decanonized in the blink of an eye. And suddenly you don't matter anymore.
I didn't know that had been re-canon. That's cool.
I believe there is a film in progress.
You start with Rebels, that's how come.
Interesting.
We have like 10 minutes left, so we're not even that. So are there any questions or anything we haven't hit on yet that you were curious about, or we'll just keep yapping away?
Have you heard about Jodorowsky's version of Dune?
Yes, I watched the movie about that.
Oh, you did it.
That is wild. If you're not familiar with it, do you know what the name of the movie is? I can't remember.
No, I don't remember. Not
There was this very strange artist who wanted to make a movie version of Dune. This is long before. This is like in the 70s.
Yes.
Oh.
And all we have are the notes and his drawings, but it is a head trip to see, and that obviously never got made. But it's just the most bizarre. Talk about an artist just saying this, I'm going to take this and turn it into my own thing. I can't even, I don't know what do you say?
He was a South American director, Spanish-speaking director, I think from Argentina or something like that. And he had his take on it, and he was trying to be a little bit more faithful to Dune than Herbert, than
Lynch,
Lynch.
sure, yeah.
But not quite, and also more so than Villeneuve too. So, but yeah, he had his own vision.
There's a whole documentary about it, so you can actually see his drawings and hear. It's if you like Dune, if you're into that, check it out. Just because it's kind of a what might have been kind of the story and would have been, and of course again this was being made. His version would have been made in the 70s, so you can get a kind of an idea of how bizarre it would have been compared to movies now. But that brings, you had brought up Dune and you brought it up, and so even though there's 2.5 versions of Dune that exist, well, 3 if there's a TV show too,
because
limited series,
because there's, the way I look at it is that if you want a really trippy experience, you go watch David Lynch. If you want a really beautiful experience, you go watch the new one, Villeneuve. If you really want to see Dune as Herbert, I think, would intend it, you go watch the sci-fi series. It looks like it's taped in somebody's backyard, but the story, but because it's a mini series, they get a lot more time to actually develop the stuff that actually mattered in the book.
However, despite those versions existing, it is still considered by a lot of people an unfilmable book.
Yeah.
And so I'm kind of curious what other, we can talk about that one more, but I'm also curious if there are other books that you think are really unfilmable or just shouldn't be attempted because they're for various reasons. And we've all been talking about, well, you're a nice quiet guy. But
Yeah.
except when you're killing people and murdering them and bringing.
I'm stealing Stuart's ideas.
But now I'm going blank on what would be unfilmable.
Yeah.
I give him his moment, and
I would say just about anything Heinlein. Because some of it is because it's aged out, but some of it, like Starship Troopers, is a joke. Oh my God. And
So
that's one of my favorite books.
Yeah,
And
but that was another example of a director who's he took the name and he just went.
He took the name and said, "Oh, there's bugs."
If you could drill out the part of your brain that knows the book and watch the movie, it's entertaining for what it is.
Yeah, if you're looking for a campy sci-fi, movie, but like Time Enough for Love, Number of the Beast, any of those books are so dense and so in the characters' heads, you really can't do justice to it with film because you're not, unless you're going to do the stupid thing with the Dune where they're doing the voiceover while Paul's looking off into the distance. It's like,
right.
You just, really cerebral books do not make good movies. If most of it is in the character's head, you shouldn't film it.
Likewise, but did you have
Because this is a fake answer because they did do a movie version, but a loyal version of the John Dies at the End series, like David Wong, would be unfilmable. So they did a movie that kind of relates to it.
I've not read the book, so what makes it unfilmable?
They're epic horror comedy, just completely insane, bizarre, very satirical books. And I don't think you could do a loyal adaptation of them. So there is a movie version, but it's barely related to it.
All this should make me think of Charlie Kaufman, who did The Orchid or something like that, where I forget the name of the book. It's not a science fiction book at all, but he could not adapt it. He couldn't figure out how to adapt it, so he wrote a movie about himself not being able to adapt the movie. And it became all about him. It's a crazy thing. It's the weirdest thing, but I thought it was anyway. Just made me think of that. But what you were talking about made me think of Foundation. Well, I was thinking of Isaac Asimov first. Just that that Isaac Asimov to me is very unfilmable because it's written to be read. I mean, so much of it is two people just sitting here doing. He's one of the few authors who can do an "as you know, Bob" scene and have it actually be entertaining and informative and good and be the entire story, right? For a lot of his short stories. But I watched Foundation going, how are they going to do this? And they kind of just did it by not doing it. I mean, the story's like there, but they just basically took like the climactic part of the short of one of the short stories and made that the bulk of the show, which again, artistically, what else are they going to do? They're not going to have everybody just sit around chatting about about psychohistory and all this stuff that's a lot of like what we would now call on TV technobabble, but a lot of stuff like that in a book, we can slow down and describe and go into detail and say, well, it's like this and really explain to it because we as readers we get off on that. We're like, oh, that's a cool idea. But in a TV show or a movie, you like,
let's move.
Something has to happen. And nobody, while everybody in this room might care how psychohistory is going to be explained to work, most of everybody else is like, why am I listening to this? So I go back and forth. I think they did an admirable job. I actually enjoyed the show, but it's its own thing. It can't, how do you possibly do Foundation and be even remotely truthful to it?
I think the thing that comes to mind, and I may get some things thrown at me for this. I don't think they could actually turn David Weber's Honorverse into a movie. Yeah, I know it's been optioned for a while. I actually saw some of the CGI they did for the Hexapuma. It looked really cool. But I really don't think you can carry that into a movie. There's just too much information there, and you can't possibly relate it all. And I love David to death, but if I have to read about how Warshawski sales work one more time.
Well, especially if you're starting at the beginning, on the climax of On Basilisk Station is a chase over days. He's taking a seafaring chase and putting it into space, which in the sea is great because there's waves and there's wind and there's tactics but in space it's like
What's dinner topic?
My answer is a cheat too, because they've tried twice, and I've got King on the brain tonight. The ending of It. If you've read the book, it is a metaphysical battle between two minds. And when I first heard that they were going to be doing the mid-TV miniseries, I thought, I wonder how they're going to say. Are we going to see the turtle? Is it going to be and it's a giant freaking spider, which everybody in the world agrees is the worst possible way to end the thing. But it was one of its manifestations, and they tried having Tim Curry say, "You'll only see what your mind can comprehend." Right. I.e., we know this isn't how it ended, and it was terrible. So when they did the remake, I thought, okay, how the hell are they going to do it this time? And are they going to get it right? And instead, pardon me for the spoilers, but it's been out for a while. They kill it by laughing at him. And I'm like, that's not a metaphysical battle, guys. I don't know how to do that. I would not presume to tell filmmakers the best way to represent it, but neither attempt they've tried.
I think there was a collective worldwide, oh, come on.
That might have been me.
Strike two. Here's something they get it right in there.
No. Leave it alone, please.
While I'm sure we can all gab away on this for hours more, we are out of time. So if everyone wants to do their goodbyes and say where they'll be and all that.
I am sharing a table with Crone Girls Press, so I am between at the end of this wall between Falstaff and the trash can. And I think this is my last panel, so I'll be there all day tomorrow. Please come by and make my suitcase lighter because Southwest has this 50-pound limit. And it would be really nice to have a little space when I go back.
And I'm in the Lakeshore room. This is also my last panel. And you find me at jeffstrand.com.
I have a panel tomorrow morning at 9. Otherwise, I have the table on the very end that has lots and lots of books. And I'm stuartjaffe.com, where you can sign up for my newsletter and get free stories.
Alex Rath, you can go to my website, alexrathauthor.com, or just hit Amazon, search Alex Rath. I'm pretty much the only one there. Easy to find. I have one more panel tonight, a 10 o'clock geek panel on.
Who did you piss off?
John Parsons. See, I gave John an idea for a book I wanted to write a year ago, and I haven't written the book yet.
That'll do it.
But I'll be there, and then I'll probably be half asleep in there. But then I'm gone.
I am done for this evening. Tomorrow I am at 11 o'clock talking about the author-editor relationship, which will be a lot of fun since one of my editors is moderating. So
you gotta be really careful.
So I can't throw her under the bus, but she's amazing. And you can find me at patrickdugan.net.
Or we'll tell her you said that.
Oh, she knows. I tell her all the time. Yeah.
Thank you all.
Also,
very
the
much.
Literary Underworld and Crone Girls Press is throwing a party tonight, approximately when I get upstairs to my room in about 10 minutes. 3:10. Booze is free. Authors talking.
And
like you haven't had enough of that.
I have a table right out
I'm just
there.
going to follow you on up.
You're gonna follow me on up. Okay.
Thank you all for being such a rousing
I will be in the bar.
Thank you.
I hope you enjoyed yourself, even though we kept
Absolutely.
stealing your answer.
No, don't be.
By the way,
mean
I just
that we
wanted to
stole
say,
your
what's this
answers.
we stuff?
Yeah, you stole his answers.
You got a mouse in your pocket?
The rest of us didn't steal his ideas.
I was really excited to meet you today because I read, you wrote a book with Brian Keane about,
Why do I have
it was like Jurassic Park on,
James Moore.
Yes.
So, yes, you wrote with James Moore. I'm sorry. Yeah.
I'm friends with Brian Keane, but I didn't.
Yeah. Okay, that's the.
Yeah,
But I love this. This was a lot of fun, and I enjoyed it. And I don't think I've ever met James Moore, but I saw you interview, and I was like, oh, that's cool, because anyway, I just really enjoyed it, and so
the Literary Underworld
I
travel.
enjoyed talking with you. I hope we get a chance to chat sometime.
But
Absolutely.
Southwest doesn't let you bring
Here all day tomorrow.
boxes of booze as carry-on. So Crone Girls did a collection of various cast-off booze. So we've got all the weird shit. I mean, there's liqueurs there I've never even heard of. I don't even know what it is. So we'll see.
That's fun.
and left it right here.
Uh-oh. I'm gonna see what the panels are for 10 o'clock.
Oh, I'm going up and having a beer.
Maybe I'll just come up to the bar with you.
Go up to the bar with me.
Shoot. Oh, yes, every move, though.
Oh, thank you.
So you got a stove at the house, but it's a bottle stove in the yard. That on that, like, so I'm laughing.
Oh, I absolutely love this
One
hat.
was, Jack Sparrow's movie,
Oh, yeah.
did it look like that.
I'm all about pirates and stuff. And so
What's in here next?
This is Walden, correct?
I believe. Yes, sir, it is right here.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, so
But that's a change.
no, because this is going to be into each generation a geek is born.
So what do you mean you're not doing this, sir?
Huh?
So what do you do when you're not doing this?
Work all day and deal with my children all night. I just do like assembly stuff. So, and then if I can ever spare a moment, I'll try to build a Mandalorian suit.
Good luck with that.
Yeah, the emphasis being try, because
Well, I
they
just saw
say-
something online. There was a person who was showing you how to make one, how they made theirs.
Oh,
It's
I've
pretty
got.
cool to watch.
I'm lucky enough to work at a place where you can that uses like plastics, thermoplastics.
Okay.
And so I kind of like there's some dunnage and stuff that I take home.
You may want to look on the floor, maybe on some of the places on the floor. You looking to plug it in?
Yeah. We have a drop. Do we have a drop? No, that's no, no.
Yeah. Find something, sir? There's one out there. So there's one right back there.
I don't have too many notes, but what I do, I would like my laptop not to die in the middle of reading it. Hello again.
Hello, how you doing?
I am settling in.
Did karaoke. I believe the Red Bull I had was delayed release because I'm only now feeling the effects of it after karaoke. And
Snug up on it.
oh yes. Let's see what we got here. Da, 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 da. Oh, so it does work. Okay. That's fine. Okay.
Looks like something Mike showed.
Yeah. It's just a little. There we go. Got a few minutes before everybody gets here.
Which one is this on?
Huh?
Which is this?
This is Into Each Generation, a Geek is Born. Okay, we shall mute it because we don't need noise. So we blocked off that door, and this door is the open door. Okay. Oh, because of all the noise and stuff. I get it.
Is this the generation panel?
Yes, it is. So we're still waiting on Alex, Sue, and Mikey. Ha-ha. There we go. tell you what, maybe I'll stick to maybe I'll stick to having panels earlier in the day. Because I can't tell if I'm wired or burnt out.
Probably both.
Yeah, I half
Yeah.
the time I believe the two go hand in hand.
Yeah, I'm surprised I'm even functioning right now.
Yeah. See, the way I work, I go into work at 6 o'clock in the morning. So I'm typically in bed by around 10, so that I could be up by 4:30, 5 o'clock.
That's about me.
Right. Good evening.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's past my bedtime.
Oh. You and I both. I'm Lee. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Alex, I think I pissed off John.
Uh-oh.
John, nice to meet you.
Which one, Harness?
Yeah.
Mm.
Well, see, I wrote like a 3-sentence prompt for a book, and I showed it to him about a year ago. And he's like, write it and send it to me. Haven't written it yet.
Well, can't send you anything if I don't have it. Sorry.
You know, I've got 10 books to write. All right. And I just got the contract to write another 3. So.
Oh, boy.
It's a wonderful problem to have, but it's still a problem. Yeah, you know, full-time job, daughter who's a competitive gymnast,
Oh.
and somewhere I write books.
So you.
Yeah. This is my life. And knowing that I try to play some video games and watch something.
Right. Work all day, sleep all night, somewhere in the middle.
Sleep.
Yeah.
That's the thing. That's what I miss. And they put me on a 10 o'clock.
Yeah, that's all my kids do.
That's okay. This is my last panel. I wake up tomorrow morning. I eat breakfast. I go home.
I think I'll swing by the drinky room on my way up. As long as it's still open.
I quit drinking a few years ago, which saves me a lot of trouble.
Right. It's my weekend thing, and even then, on a cheap day.
Oh no, it was. I could drink a case of beer by 5 o'clock, and I wasn't even feeling it. So yeah, I had to quit. When you put down the 5th bottle of wine and go, man, when am I going to get buzzed?
Oh.
High tolerance runs on my family, unfortunately. So,
Oh. See, I didn't get that.
Oh no, I got it. Too much.
Excuse me.
I should have realized when a friend of mine, his birthday, I bought him a bottle of 18-year Glenmorangie. And another friend of his had given him a bottle of 18-year Glenmorangie. We drank them both.
Oh.
In one night.
Oh.
Took us about 4 hours to drink 2 bottles of scotch.
Oh, yeah. You know, I could. Yeah, I couldn't do that.
And I walked to my car. My wife was driving.
But you walked.
I walked to the car. I was not happy the next day. I was a bit younger then.
All right, wait. Still needs a rival. Mikey and Sue. I know Mikey was part of the auction, so.
That got over pretty quick.
Oh.
Yeah, we were done with that by almost 8:30. You're competing with the dance outside.
Oh, that too.
So you're probably going to have a very small turnout.
That's
Unless it
okay.
starts raining. That's okay. I kind of like that. Most of my panels today have been pretty full. I've been actually very impressed. But
It's okay.
I don't mind small ones either.
Truth be told, this is actually the first panel I've ever moderated. So be gentle. This is my first time.
I understand I moderated my first panel earlier this afternoon.
Oh. So an empty
That's
room,
okay. I'm a writer. I can talk a lot. So.
an empty room might be less judgy. We'll see. We'll
Yeah,
see.
you'll be.
Just be glad you don't have to shoot for
You know, I was almost on a panel with him this year.
Yeah.
I think I'll save that for next year when I have a few panels under my belt.
See, I'm typically on writing panels, so this is a bit different.
Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, it's gonna be. There he is.
We don't start until 10. I'm early. Right?
Ish.
If you're early, you're on time. If you're on time, you're late.
That's what my band director used to say.
Vector time is 15 minutes before.
Well, I got here because I was.
My lights are too long.
See, this is a two-handed job.
Well, when your hands are paused.
Let's pause this for a moment.
Oh.
I was really hoping no one was going to say that.
Well, I mean, I have my
Men.
dad joke loading shirt on for a reason.
Okay, what did the fishmonger say to the musician?
I don't know what.
Pick a cod, any cod.
Huh? Yes.
No, I just did that this time.
Yeah.
Just to throw you off.
Just in case you got into a fencing duel and you had to switch hands.
Yes. How do you know when a joke is a dad joke?
When it becomes apparent.
When it's apparent.
That's right.
No, this is,
What is this?
Into every generation, a geek is born.
yeah.
Okay, I gotta find my panel then. They gave me the wrong room.
Uh-oh.
They do that.
Yeah?
Is it well?
Wait, they gave. Yeah.
Which room, G. Marie?
What is your panel? Which did you say? Fountain View is upstairs
Yeah,
Behind the bar.
behind the bar.
I found
Okay.
the listing. Thank you. See you.
See ya.
Take care. Yeah, I had that problem yesterday. I went all the way down to the University Ballroom in the corner because I was like, Fountain View. So it's got to be where you can see the fountain. This is not it.
That is.
Yeah.
That's not how they named the
Are you
rooms.
playing logic?
Oh, I was applying something.
Yeah.
Don't do that.
No,
That is
logic is,
not how they named
does
the
not,
rooms.
yeah. Apply.
Bathroom view would be. Oh wait, no, that's Lakeshore.
Breakfast View. Since that's where everybody eats. I got lucky though. I had a bunch of people that were happy that they were in a room with tables. So,
Really? That's
Yes.
that's a low bar.
yeah, well,
We have tables.
Comfortable chairs.
oh yeah. And so I believe that was what made that panel great, was that everybody was comfortable and had a place to set their beer. All right, so do we want to save a few minutes or?
We got 5 minutes.
We should wait 5 minutes.
Yep.
I wouldn't want to offend anybody. But
You know what panels need at this time of night? Beer vendors.
Mm.
Someone just walking through. Who wants a beer? I will pay way too much for a beer right now.
as long as it's not an natty light.
I would pay adequate prices for a natty light. You know what the best beer in the world is? The one you're enjoying
you
right
have.
now.
Yeah.
As long as you're enjoying it, that's the one.
back when I was drinking, I'd go to a place and they'd say, "What kind of beer you want?" And I said, "Does it have BEER on the label?"
Folks would ask me what my favorite beer was. I was like, whichever one I could afford at the time.
There are people who call me a beer snob, but the reality is I'm a beer slut. I like them all. I mean, I have my preferences, but who doesn't? You know,
if someone's offering, I mean, it would be rude to turn it down.
I mean, when I was in college, we drank Busch Light. I mean, come on.
Okay, I love his suit.
yes.
Mhm.
I'm sorry, I had a squirrel moment.
Squirrel.
I mean, it's brightly colored. How did you know?
Shiny.
I wasn't gonna get a set of the cat paws, and then they had me host the auction, the charity auction, and there were 4 sets of paws in the same lot, and then all of a sudden I have 4 sets of cat paws.
Okay.
Oh, and it's Catterday.
I often wonder why they run panels this late.
Yeah.
I didn't know we ran panels. Well, I didn't know
Oh,
we
yeah,
ran panels
every year.
like this.
I mean, there are adult panels that need to be set up
Yeah,
after a certain
there are
time.
those.
Yeah,
This
there
kind of
are
panels
those.
I didn't think this was one of them.
Excuse me.
I mean, we could make it one of them.
Well,
How did that into every life? How did that geek get born? Wait, no. It's a different generation. Well, see, when a mama geek loves a
Well, so there was a movie called Porky's.
it's like, well, when a man and a woman walk into a Star Wars viewing.
And he says, "Let me show you my lightsaber."
That tallywhacker had a mole on it, sorry.
Okay.
Beulah Ball Bricker. What do they call her Lassie? Because she hasn't been in Sex and the City yet.
Ooh.
Oh, you know what? I originally was like, well, let's keep this clean. But I was like, then I
There
walked
aren't going to
in-
be any kids here.
No.
No.
And if there are, I mean,
This time of night, you don't freaking know.
we could have it Ren Fair dirty, which is if your kids understand what we're saying, that says more about you than us.
Isn't that pretty much every panel?
Yeah.
All right. This panel is Into Every Generation a Geek is Born, also known as Honey, I accidentally let the kid watch Battlestar Galactica. What do I do?
You watch it
Also-
again.
Also known as I got lucky at a con.
Oh,
What's the next step? I'm Lee. I'm your moderator today. I'm 34 years young. My first foray into nerdness would be I used to watch Star Trek The Next Generation with my dad. He'd just lie on the floor and turn on the TV, and I was like, oh, what's he doing? Let's do this. Oh, this is nice. And yet somehow that didn't stick, and I became a Star Wars nerd. But without further ado, let's let, I believe our guests, they are very well storied themselves and can introduce themselves. And we'll start with you, Mikey.
I'm Mikey Mason. I write geek music and make art for geeks. Well, I write music and make art and things for me. And it just turns out that I'm a geek, so geeks like them. So
I'm Alex Rath. I'm a military science fiction post-apocalyptic author. I'm also going to be writing in Steve Jackson's Star Wars universe, starting a trilogy.
Cool.
Oh, yeah. Speaking of geeks, I mean, yeah, please go ahead.
I'm Sue Phillips. I run the science fiction literature track at DragonCon and have been in fandom for years.
enough.
Enough years.
And when he started with his age, I'm like, yeah, I'm not going to.
Yeah,
I didn't say that either.
I'm S.M. Hillman professionally, but you can just call me Sean. I started, I guess, original series Star Trek and Risk were kind of my gateways into geekdom. And then one Christmas, inexplicably, or he never explains why to this day,
But Dad bought the mold-way version of D&D Basic, and I was the only one in the house who really was like, "Oh, this is really cool," and that's kind of where it slid down from there. Yeah.
All right. So with that, kind of like slides into my first topic here was how we got our start. I know some folks they just happen upon a television or a movie or a book. So what was your gateway?
I never really knew I was a geek until around middle school. Although, as a young kid, I was super into the Batman TV show reruns, the 1960s Batman TV show reruns, and Star Trek reruns, and Sunday Kung Fu theater, and of course Saturday morning cartoons, because I was raised in the first generation where kids were marketed to directly by television on Saturday mornings. And we went to Burger Queen and got the Hobbit read along book record sets, and that introduced me to the Hobbit. Even though we watched it on TV the night it premiered in 1977, 78. The first movie I saw in a theater was Star Wars. I mean, I should have known, but I didn't until when I figured it out was my brother brought home the Mincer basic DVD set from Toys R Us, and then I spent the summer of 1983 playing the red box and blue box basic and expert rules, Dungeons and Dragons with my brother and a friend, and that's when I was like, oh, I named my first character Tran because we'd just seen Tron, and I wasn't, what's that word, creative. Like a lot of geeks, I was, derivative. I named my second character Thorin because I couldn't remember Gandalf, because I hadn't read the book in 2 years. And then all of a sudden I was like, no, I meant Gandalf. And my brother's like, no, you already named your character. So I was stuck as Thorin, the dwarf name, but for a wizard. But anyway, so yeah, I should have figured it out then. That's 1983 is when I really figured it out.
Yeah, the year was 1976, and the movie was Star Wars. Opening night. I remember going to see it very vaguely, but I kind of remember it. I had every toy they did. I started playing D&D in 1979. When TSR started putting it out, I played Star Frontiers. I played Starfleet Battles. I played BattleTech. I played Car Wars. I had a bookshelf of bookshelf games. If you remember those.
Yeah.
Avalon Hill, I think, was the one that made this. And I still have some of them. And I got into gaming. There was a little bicycle shop in Greenville, South Carolina, and they had like 3 shelves of games. They had some GURPS and a little bit of BattleTech, a little bit of D&D. And my friend and I would get one of our moms to take us there every Saturday, and we'd buy, a module or something. And then we would spend the rest of the weekend playing it. And that was it from then on. And then 1991, the interwebs were kind of sort of a thing, and there was a paid service called Genie run by General Electric.
I remember Genie very well.
There was a MUD called Gemstone 3 that you paid $9.95 an hour to play.
Oh, wow.
Whoa.
Yeah.
People today can pay about $20 a month.
Yeah.
I paid $9.95 an hour.
Wait, in early 1990s money.
Yeah. In 1991 money.
Yeah.
And actually, that was the nighttime rate. If you actually had a day off to play during the day, it was $12.95 an hour.
Oh, wow.
Because this was time on an Ares 4 mainframe, which can only handle 50 concurrent users.
Oh.
And it's just gone on from there, and it never stopped. And then I started writing books.
My dad collected science fiction. So I remember one of the first books I read was from his collection when I was about 8 or 9 years old. And that was it. That was the future, the space battles was just me, and that's how I got into science fiction. I don't game, unfortunately, so I can't speak to that. But and I started in books, and then I saw Star Wars the first night it opened in Atlanta, and from there, here I am.
Like I mentioned, we've always had this sort of like parallel things going on. Risk was a lot different than Battleship and Sorry and things like that.
Yeah.
It was way more strategic and a lot bloodier, obviously.
You had to think.
Yeah, you really had to think about it. So I also got D&D. Obviously, I also saw Star Wars, but I remember too when they put the Battlestar Galactica pilot and the Buck Rogers pilot in the theaters.
Doesn't hold up, by the way.
No, it doesn't.
You can watch it online.
Yeah, but Aaron Gray.
Wilma Deering holds
You mean
up.
Lieutenant Commander Wilma Deering? Yes.
So, and then of course D&D is going on, and I've got the mold base set, but then Menser set comes out, and I picked that and the expert up as well. But where I really sort of got into that is it's really interesting because in those days, you got a lot of advertisements in game books and game boxes. So with Starfleet battles, it had Task Force Games' entire line. Things like Battle Wagon and Starfire, and I'm a huge Starfire fan. If you've heard of Starfire by David Weber, that's right, the same David Weber. It was a tactical space, and then actually it's a strategic space game as well. So I've got all these things going on. 6 months after I got D&D, I'm hacking it, trying to make it different, better. So that's my first moment of game design. And so I've got my hand as a kid in all these things because it was my store was a train store in a place called Jumpers Hole Mall. And I would go from the Toys R Us buying a Star Wars figure over to the train store, and the train store had all the gaming stuff. But it was a lot hit and miss, right? It's whatever I could afford at the time. It wasn't anything related. And I played a lot of solo stuff because not all the kids around me were interested in that kind of thing. And another formative game I played early was Diplomacy. And if you've played Diplomacy, you've probably lost some friends along
how
the way.
to lose friends and influence people.
Yes.
Diplomacy or Monopoly, and someone's.
Monopoly.
But this is where the geekdom comes into, and it gets interesting. In high school, I played football, and the football players, as you might imagine, now they were great. They were generally pretty cool, but they mentioned like, why are you playing all this stuff? But the D&D players were all like, why are you playing football? What,
That's a band thing. Come on.
Yeah, right. Right. And it was always, so I was always aware of this dichotomy between me, what I did and liked, and what other people liked as well. And I think that's probably when I realized I was significantly different. Because it's, the geek friends are like, why are you watching football on TV? I'm like, why wouldn't I? I love football. So, it's, and then computer games happened.
Oh.
And that's where I jump in.
And then you played Wizardry for the first time.
Yeah. Or Adventure, or Zork.
And that's kind of where
Zork.
You were
with
eaten by a Gru.
y'all would do the Star Trek, and so when I started with the Next Generation, as I got older, it became sort of a okay, what's this? What's this? So it ended up going into DS9, Voyager, things of that nature. Then I circled it back to the original stuff when Generations came out, and that was when I got my first true introduction to Captain Kirk. And I was like, okay, this guy's kind of knows where it's at. Why did he just fly off on a piece of spaceship into space? So started seeing all that Daring Do, and that was what introduced me to a lot of the earlier science fiction. And so, especially Tron. Like Tron was one of those things. Oh, I could not get enough of it.
It was
And
groundbreaking when it came out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
and my dad would always play Mech Warrior.
Yeah.
Yes.
So yes, and I made the mistake because he had this huge honk. This was back when joysticks were like yay long with a base like about this big, and he's sitting there playing it like this, and I was like, oh, can I play? So now I'm small enough, I have to hold it with 2 hands, and I'm like, how do you do this?
Yeah.
And I realized that the Mad Cat was my favorite. So, but with that, do you feel like with what you've started with, does that create some sort of like, say, like divide between what you've enjoyed versus what someone who's come after you has gotten into? Or do you feel like that's what there's some sort of bridge between each generation?
So you're talking about like, the original series versus next generation,
Right.
things like that.
So do you think that like if someone came into your favorite series or movie at a later date with a later iteration, do you believe that that could create some camaraderie?
I think, well, all right, and this is just me, but I've raised 2 geeks, one's 18, one's 25. I'm 50 now. And the reality is that, the things that dad likes or that mom likes influences them when they're young. And it, of course, affects their decisions as they got older. But when they were in that early teenage, one of them was in the early teenage formative years, and the other was a preteen. And I was like, it was my birthday, and I was like, they were like, what do you want for your birthday? And I said, I want you to watch Doctor Who. And I don't want to watch Doctor Who. I said, look, here's the deal. Watch one episode. If in 15 minutes you don't want to watch Doctor Who, we'll turn it off. No problem. So, all right, I'll watch Doctor Who. So I put on Blink.
Oh, that was evil.
No, and so they watched the whole thing, and they were absolutely entranced by it. And it really turned my oldest into a Whovian. He was a Tennant doctor. My youngest was a Matt doctor. But anyway, so 10 and 11. But after they were done, they loved it. They watched the whole thing, and I'm looking at Ben and said, Ben, you need to take your little brother out for a walk. And they're like, I don't want to take you. You need to take your little brother out for a walk. I don't want to take you. Yeah, you need to take your little brother out for a walk. They're like, why are you pushing me to take him out for a walk? And I said, the neighbors have that huge concrete statue angel. Hey, Jack, let's go for a walk. So I went around the block, and I knew, I was already breaking them into D&D or Castles Crusades or a lot of different role-playing games, Marvel superheroes, the stuff that I played when I was younger, and it stuck. It all stuck. I think that it really depends on your perspective whether or not it's a bridge. There are people who will take anything that is divergent from what they find sacred as far as their geekery. They will take it as an offense. And there are people who will acknowledge what the similarities are and say, no, I get it. That's not for me, but I get it.
I knew I was in trouble when my son sat through the whole 2-hour Godzilla versus Mechagodzilla. He's 6.
But my kids love anime, and I'm not an anime guy. And they're like, you know what? You should watch, because I was always, you should watch this, you should watch that, you should just give this a shot. They're like, you should watch Full Metal Alchemist.
Oh.
So I watched a little bit of Full Metal Alchemist, and I'm like, they did well with that dog. But yeah, I don't know. What do y'all think?
For me, I don't know, maybe I come at this slightly differently as a creator of this kind of thing, since I write in universes that people are passionate about. I mean, I write in the Four Horsemen universe.
Yeah.
which has a fandom that spans every continent and 20 countries. So, and there are a lot of authors that write in this universe. We have over 80 books in the universe. So we have, our fans are very detail oriented. So some authors that write universe they like, others they don't. It's the same universe. It has the same rules. Some styles they like, some styles they don't. I have people that tell me one of my characters is their favorite out of all the characters in the universe. I'm like, I appreciate you saying that. You're probably lying, but I appreciate it. You're making me feel a little bit better about myself as a human being. But as a creator, when I look at things like, you know, I hear people debating the first 3 Star Wars movies versus the prequels, the original series versus Next Generation versus DS9 versus whatever the hell else they've done with Star Trek. I honestly haven't kept up. I don't have time to watch stuff.
Yeah.
But personally, I don't care. As long as you are enjoying what you are sitting down and consuming, it doesn't have to mean I like it. You don't have to convince me that what you watch is better than what I watch.
Yeah.
Respect the fact that I like what I like. I respect that you like what you like. Let's just be happy we're both still alive and we're here today talking to each other and move on. I don't think entertainment is something that should be argued over, but I definitely think, oh, we both like Star Trek. It's a universe. Hey, let's bond over that.
Yeah.
Let's not argue about which one was better. You know, I try to look at the positive outlook of any possible situation.
I think if you're a fan of, say, Star Trek, and you started with the original series, and then you meet someone who's started with Next Gen or Voyager, or the idea that you're both fans of Star Trek, even though they're different characters and all, it is a bridge, and that applies to other genres, other franchises, other stuff as well. I'm a Four Horsemen fan. I haven't read all 80 books, but
Very few have.
Yeah.
Hey, who's your favorite character? No, I'm just kidding.
It won't be mine.
I'm sorry, it's not.
Oh no, you probably don't even know who mine are. That's
Here I am stirring the pot.
But yeah, I think it's a bond between fans of that particular franchise or project.
My dad grew up in rural Southwest Virginia. Dropped out of college, went to the Army when his dad died. So growing and Dad, I didn't realize it at the time, but when I was in my 20s, 30s, I look back and I realized Dad was very much the one who was into literature and stuff like that, because Mom had all her romance novels, but Dad's the one who had the literature books. He's the one who liked the Batman series, so we had that on all the time. He's the one who pushed us to go to Star Wars. He's the one who got the D&D game, even though he's never played a single moment of it. And I realized what he was doing was he was giving us space, but then I think probably he knew me, giving me space to like the things that I like. When my daughter was born, she's named Irulan. It's if you've read Dune, you know who we're talking about. The princess, yeah. She was almost Chani, but we decided on Irulan.
Well, I think it's better actually. But.
Yeah. So she was born into two geeks, really. She loves Miles Morales to death. She saw the original Spider-Verse, and that, but from that, she's likes to a certain degree. She doesn't really know all the names, but she knows words and she can sing it. She likes hip hop and things like that, which I'm not a fan of, but I'm just like, my jam is Stevie Nicks and Led Zeppelin. And the fact that she likes one Stevie Nicks song is very sorrowful to me, but So
Better than none.
That's true. Yes,
Yeah.
better than none. So and she likes WandaVision. She likes WandaVision a lot, to the point where, and this is where the Echo was really kind of cool, because my grandmother would come over. George would see her. She had Sundays and Mondays off. She'd come over every Monday, and I said, "Grandma, can we put on the we had the Star Wars LP, so the record of the movie, so we would just play it, hear the audio." And she's going, "Oh gosh, Sean, not again!" But she played it, and I see that echo when Airline is like, "Hey, can we watch WandaVision?" I'm like, "For the 400th time, you want to watch WandaVision?" She's like, "Yeah, I want to watch WandaVision." I'm like, "Okay, fine, put on WandaVision." And it's that thing, like she has found her character. She doesn't care if about she doesn't care that the original comics for like Infinity Gauntlet stuff is different than the movies. She just doesn't care about that.
Yeah.
If she's found what she likes and what she wants, and so I do think I think the bridge for me isn't so much a specific fandom, because she won't watch Star Trek. I think Derek is very unhappy about that, but what it's done and what Dad did for me, what I've given out to her is, here's a space, you go ahead and fill it with what you want, and that's working out really well.
Yeah, I keep trying to get my kid into some kind of geekiness, but I had her into Doctor Who.
Yeah.
She had her sonic screwdrivers until she broke them.
Oh.
Well, she's 10 now. And that was when she was like 7.
Yeah.
So she liked that, and then The Adventures of Sarah Jane was on Amazon Prime, so she watched that. And the little bit of K9 stuff that Amazon Prime put on for a while. But she's a gymnast.
Wow.
She likes hair and makeup. My wife hasn't worn makeup in 35 years. But somehow my daughter is an expert at it. And I'm like, you know what, though? If that's what you like.
Yeah.
Granted, it's costing me a shitload of money.
Please don't go to Ulta again.
How did you know?
I know. I have a wife who likes Ulta.
Yeah, my wife does not wear makeup. I told her when we started dating 35 years ago in college, I don't like makeup. I didn't like the smell of it. Back then, we're talking like 1988.
Yeah.
It had a smell to it. And it literally clogged up my sinuses and gave me a headache, so she stopped wearing it. And that's when I knew that's the woman for me. We met at a D&D game, by the way.
Oh, nice. Okay.
And we were both in a marching band. We were one short of the geek trifecta. But I've tried to get my daughter into Magic the Gathering. I've tried to get her into other board games. She just has no interest in it. So I'm like, okay, I gave it a shot. I tried to get you interested in what Mom and Dad are into. Not working. Do your thing.
Yeah, see, my daughter, it started with my daughter. We would kind of play Minecraft together, and it started out more of me playing, and I gave her a controller that had no batteries in it until she got wise to it. Like, she would sit here and she would realize that the character's not going in a direction that it's going in. Yes, and I did not realize the coming storm.
My oldest has still never forgiven me. I used to play the Disney Kingdom Hearts, the first one, and my oldest Ben wanted to play with me, and so I gave him an unplugged controller and said, "You're controlling. Do you want to be Donald or Goofy?" And they go, "I want to be Donald." So I'd go into the menu and I would move around or whatever, and I would go, "All right, you're Goofy." And then we would do the thing, we'd be fighting, and they would just be mashing. He'd be mashing the buttons. And I'm like, "You're killing it as Goofy, kid. You're just killing it. You just keep doing that." and once the truth was revealed, I've yet to be forgiven. That was a betrayal that cannot be forgiven.
Yeah, that was, I believe that is what probably gave my daughter her short temper. It's just no, she throws the controller. I'm like, uh-oh. But she's more of the anime type. She watches what is it? What are they into now? My Hero Academia and Demon Slayer.
Yeah, that's good.
And meanwhile, I'm more of the giant robots, the Gundam, and so I'll stick with Star Wars. I went and saw episode 1 in theaters, and that kind of, I realized that, okay, this is my generation. All right. She's not, neither of my kids are much into Star Wars or anything, and they could be no further away from each other. My daughter's into anime, and my son likes Captain America, Iron Man, Miles Morales, and Godzilla. The tech, when my son got around the YouTube blocks and figured out that he could find Godzilla videos, it was on. We've discovered Shin Godzilla, apparently the thing over in Japan. I don't believe it ever got localized. I don't know. And I literally walked up, he showed it to me, and I said, "Why does Godzilla look like ground beef?" He got so mad. And so, and that's the thing. I realize now that there are some things that will probably leave me behind, and that kind of makes me sad a little bit. But at the same time, each generation, I feel I've learned that each generation does need that thing that kind of they make their own.
I don't have kids, but my dad stopped reading and buying science fiction books when, quote, scientists stopped writing them, unquote. He was a chemist, so, but he never blocked me from, reading more science fiction or seeing movies or watching Star Trek on TV or whatever. So still, it worked out. But I do understand about kids because I kind of went away from him, at the time. So
it's like, well, I mean, it's still fun to read, and not everything. I don't believe I've actually read anything. Everything I read was pure fiction. So all they do was, okay, everything looks good. But and so in that aspect, I'm actually flying off the seat of my pants with this, so I apologize if nothing makes sense.
Time for an Altoid then.
Oh, yeah, there we go. What is it like? Is there anything that makes you think that, okay, maybe this is time to step aside, or do you believe that even if something is, marketed to another audience, that there's really no shame in enjoying it?
Yeah, I mean, I think for sure it's so back when most of us were becoming geeks, right? I mean, there was a time when science fiction stories were not popular, right?
True.
Yeah.
In many ways, things we've talked about, although some of the games were obviously marketed to a wider audience, but at the time, even D&D and things like that were very much underground, right?
We played through the Satanic Panic. I mean,
yeah. Right. Yes, exactly right. We played through Satanic Panic and all that entails. And when it wasn't cool, and so it'd been happening for a while, but I think around the turn of the 10s and things like that, you get to see people who had not, or who never admitted to doing these things, some more celebrity involved.
Yeah.
And so as celebrity becomes involved, it becomes cool all of a sudden.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what? I'll admit, there's what I went through as a geek is in no way one-to-one ratio to what real marginalized people or oppressed people had to go through. But it wasn't easy. And so there was a moment of screw you guys, right? It's like, oh, I played D&D in the game. Like the fuck you did. I can listen to your voice and know you didn't actually play D&D back in the day. So there was a moment of like, it's mine. You can't have it, right? You have to knock on the door and I have to let you in. I got over that, right? I got over that because I realized that's a pretty toxic way to think. Because I wanted my validation, right? I'd been through a few things which were some unkindness, we'll say it like that. And now I wanted my validation. I wanted my pound of flesh. Now you can all come and be fans of this geek stuff, but it's not the way it works. And we talk about with our next generations, but there's a whole group of people who are not necessarily our children or or nephews or nieces or godchildren or stepchildren or whatever, or students who, in many ways, are our peers, are now getting involved in these things as well. And that's good. It's okay. It's fine. There is, I don't know how best to explain it, maybe kind of a sense of loss that we're not outsiders anymore. Because you get used to that mindset, right? Mm-hmm. I'm a rebel. I played D&D, dude. And now suddenly you're not so rock star because everybody does it.
No, back in the day to buy D&D stuff, you had to go to the corner and the dark corner of the hobby shop where no one else went. It was like the back room of the video store.
Yeah.
If you were seen
less cool.
It's a lot less cool, yeah. That is not the geekdom you want to be a part of.
Right.
But yeah, you had to go back in and now there are freaking gaming stores the size of this floor.
Yeah.
I mean, and it's like, wow, and now, video gamers there are competitions and it's professional. And, I was playing video games when, my God, you had to pay $2,000 just to have enough RAM to run the game.
Right.
Back when Bill Gates was literally saying, why would anybody ever need more than 64K?
Yeah. I mean, and I look at things like, the last version of D&D I played was 2nd edition AD&D. To me, that was the gold standard. When Wizards took over D&D, I wept because I had seen what they did to other properties. And because I spent a year working for DSR, so I had a bit of a love for the organization. Mm-hmm. And when you've become friends with folks like Lane Cunningham and Ed Greenwood, and then Wizards comes in and starts screwing with things, you get kind of pissy.
Yeah.
And I have not looked at the new versions, honestly, mainly because I don't know anyone and I don't have friends and I don't play games anymore, except video games. But I've heard they really simplified the rules and stuff. And even now I look at it and I think, I remember being in middle school with my 1st edition AD&D books in my free period, looking through, designing a campaign, and the librarian coming up at me and going, what are you looking at? Because she saw the cover of the player's handbook. And you remember the cover of the player's handbook.
Oh, yeah.
And I started explaining it to her, and she sat down and actually listened to me. And she's like, so you're learning a lot of new words in English. You're doing a lot of math. I mean, you don't find an old school D&D player that isn't at least somewhat adept at mathematics and logical and critical thinking. Mm-hmm. Because you didn't play that game without those things.
No.
And I look at some of the versions now, the little bit I've perused, and I'm like, what did they do to my game? And then I look back and think to myself, it's not your game, dumbass. They can play whatever they like. I'm going to keep my 5 shelves worth of AD&D stuff. Thank you very much. Maybe one day I'll sell it.
I had that with, I came in on 3rd edition, right at the tail end. I had a human monk, because this was my first game, so I just thought human monks were absolutely amazing. And
why not?
No, right? I was like, well, hey, I could just start a fight in a bar and throw my quarterstaff in an orc and we'll be perfectly fine, which I did. And
How'd that turn
then,
out?
oh, it turned out great for that game. And so we had a few rounds, but then not long after 4th edition came out and it wiped out everything. And I had that very same mindset. I was like, this is no longer my game. Where is my character? Why can I not play my character anymore? And I'm like, these are pieces of paper and I'm clutching to them like pearls.
The answer to where's your character? Well, your character's in 3.5.
Right.
You know? And if you want to play 3.5, you can play it forever because those books don't disappear because they put out 4th edition.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And but to your, what happened to the game? The answer is they started doing the math for the players. Is what it is. The math changed a little, but they started doing it for the players, so the players didn't have to do the math. You didn't have to figure out your Thaco. You didn't have to figure out that was 2nd edition, but you didn't have to figure out any of this stuff. And in large part, it boils down to one of two different mindsets. There are the people who will say, I suffered to be where I'm at, and therefore you need to suffer, or what you like isn't as valuable. And then there are people who say, I suffered and I don't want you to suffer like I had to suffer. I want you to enjoy the stuff, whatever it is. And really, it's a spectrum. There's, people in all parts of that. I think the tipping point, and a lot of people will be contentious about this because a lot of people have very strong opinions on both sides of this, was Big Bang Theory.
Mm-hmm.
When Big Bang Theory came out, a lot of geeks were like, well, this is the geek equivalent of blackface. This is geek face. These people aren't geeks, blah, 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 blah. And they can say what they want. What I saw was this is making a lot of the things that I like more accessible, which means they're going to make more products, which means I'm going to be able to buy more of what I like and have more options about what I like and get a diversity in product line. And I don't have to watch the show if I don't like the show. And if I like the show, even more, even better, And I have friends who like the show. I have friends who hated the show, and that's fine. It didn't matter to me. What mattered to me was, all right, all of a sudden geek stuff became marketable, which meant, and of course that meant that it's going to change too.
Sure,
and that sucks in a way, because if I hold certain things precious, then all of a sudden when it changes, boo-hoo me. But you know what? They're going to be Batman comics, 100 years from now. They're still going to be making Batman comics, and it's still going to be Bruce friggin' Wayne. And he's still going to be in his 40s. And, and I'm okay with that. And, that's the thing I like least about Batman. I want him to kill the character and make something new. But there are people who love Batman, and I'm like, more power to you. Enjoy the Batman, whatever it is. So, they're going to make more Batman movies, 50 more Jokers between now and then, and there'll be actors that I either like or abhor or whatever, and I'll either watch it or I won't, and that's okay.
How many more times will Bruce Wayne's parents die?
How many times? That's one of the biggest pet peeves I have is how many times they're going to tell the origin story of a superhero that everybody on frickin' Earth knows the origin story of, and the answer is as many times as they can make money from it. Yeah. If they can make money from it, that's how many times.
As they say in, what was it, Into the Spider-Verse, let's do this again one more time. One last time. One last time.
That's funny. I actually never heard that there was that thought about Big Bang Theory.
You haven't heard the geek face?
No.
That was a big thing for a while.
See,
And there are people
I
who
guess it's
still
still-
just rail against it.
I guess it's because I just saw it as an entertaining TV show.
Well, and that's it. There are people who will take that absolutely reasonable perspective and and it's reasonable to both like it or not like it. So if you looked at it and saw and said, whatever, that's also completely reasonable. There are people who take it as an affront to their very existence.
And then try to convince everyone else that they should too.
Yeah, you're wrong if you like this, or you're wrong if you don't.
I saw it and I knew fans, not exactly like that but I knew fans
So close.
who were very close to those characters. So it didn't make sense to me that people were upset with them for about being geek face, because to me, they were types of geeks. They might not be exactly, someone I met or.
I can honestly say, I think I knew someone who fit every one of those characters.
Yeah.
Or at certain times, I was something similar to
Yeah.
every one of those
Yeah.
characters.
I mean, like when they showed Penny the online game, I think it was Warcraft, but not because of licensing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then suddenly she's addicted and she's sitting there with Cheetos and.
It was Conan.
Okay.
When they came out with the Conan game.
Conan.
Okay.
Yeah.
Pre-censorship.
And she had the headset and.
But they got her on that, and suddenly she's sitting there eating Cheetos and her hair's all messed up. And I'm like, okay, you know what? Anyone that's played a game like this, when a new add-on or expansion came out, has been that person.
Yeah.
Cheetos and Mountain Dew or RC Cola or whatever you drink was sitting on your desk, and you were playing all damn night.
I've got beer bottle caps on my desk from hours of playing Star Trek Online. So, yeah.
Lifetime membership. Bought it back when it came out.
Oh yeah, I still have the badge on my pinboard. I thought I was proud because it was they put it on clearance because they were no longer doing the physical copy of it. Back when you still had to pay for a membership.
Yeah. That's when I bought the Lifetime, back when you still had to pay.
Oh yes, and I'll get there one day.
Well, there's this feeling we tie our fandoms so closely to our personal identity.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes some people mistake their fandom for their identity, I think. And that's a problem. If you're only what you consume, then there might be an issue. Like you, I don't watch a whole lot of anything because I have the option, being a creator, I can either produce or consume.
Yeah.
Right?
I'm writing books or I'm watching something. I make money when I write books, and my fans kind of want more books. So.
Right. And when I consume, I'm not producing. Right? And that's an issue.
Yeah.
Right? And a lot of us feel this on a very visceral level because it's our paycheck. And I have a lot of friends who are like, well, you haven't seen this? And I'm like, well, no, I haven't seen that. I plan on watching it or at least giving it a shot, but I just haven't had a chance yet. And I'm like, well, it's been out for a year. I'm like, yeah, well, I put out 2 albums since then.
Books to write, albums to make.
Yes, I wrote a book and put out 2 albums since,
to keep interested.
in the last 3 years. So what do you want me to do? You want me to stop what I'm doing?
To put together, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Panels to do.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, these are things we love, but they're not who we are. We are who we are, and we love what we love. And there is some overlap, right?
Sure, absolutely.
But it's not the be all end all.
I mean, would I be able to write Four Horsemen as well as I do if I hadn't played BattleTech in the 80s? Probably not.
Would you even know what a heat sink was?
Yeah, no, exactly. And these days playing MechWarrior Online or the BattleTech game they released, which isn't bad, not great, but not bad. Yeah, stuff like that. It all ties into where I am now.
Yeah.
I mean, I've been in technology. I mean, my day job is IT. I've been doing that for 30 years now. And I work that into my writing. The first character I wrote was Four Horsemen, but he was in the intelligence division. I'm the one person that's actually been able to write a book about one of the Four Horsemen that isn't Chris Kennedy or Mark Monte, because I write characters in the Golden Horde.
Hey.
I was allowed to do that because I came up with a pretty good idea for the information part of it based on my career, then apply my gaming background and my knowledge of games to it. I pitched a short story. So Chris said, no, write a book. So I wrote a book. 9 books later, here I am.
This is another way. I've had a discussion this weekend. As creators, we do take this stuff forward with us. Patrick Dugan's as a pixie punk That's very much Shadowrun, right? And I was explaining to someone else, it's like, this is true of BattleTech novels too. A lot of the early 80s, 90s tie-in novels, which are disposable fiction for the large part, but a lot of them are not bad. They're well written. They're written by people with a lot of chops, right? These are not necessarily new writers, or they're people who've been writing for a while. And I think that as creators, we definitely take that which we've consumed and played with, and it's like, okay, you know what? Now I could write a thing or make an album of a thing, and here you go. Some people will recognize that influence, and that's pretty cool when that happens.
I mean, I've still got all my original Shadowrun books too. The Seattle expansion, the whole thing.
I've still never played Shadowrun, but that's just because I can't
It's fun.
afford 460 D6 in order to make an attack roll. So.
There is that. Well, of course, now you can simulate it on your phone or something.
Yeah,
There's an app for that
if you trust the algorithm.
It's got to be better than the way I roll dice. That's all I'm going to say. No, that's all true. I mean, one of my favorite conversations. It's interesting going from fandom to creator. For me, because I became a creator much later in life than a lot of people. A lot of people, I started writing when I was in my 20s. I started writing when I was 47. So I came to all this kind of late, and then it's popped out 10 books, and it seems to be working okay. But one of the favorite conversations I had was with Michael Stackpole.
Okay, yeah. Nice.
I ran into Mike at Congregate a couple of years ago. I think it was Tara grabbed me. It was the day before the con actually started. Tara grabbed me and brought me over and said, "Why don't you sit here and talk to Mike? You both write about Stoppy Robots." And it took me a while to put Mike together. And then he started talking about BattleTech. I'm like, oh, holy shit. I was sitting here talking to Michael fucking Stackpole. Oh my God.
Stumpy robots. Sorry.
Look, that's what we call it in the back end.
Hey, no, I'm good.
We don't usually say that in public, so. They are big Stumpy robots.
We have broken kayfabe. I'm sorry.
They're somewhere between 40 to 100 ton big Stumpy robots.
Right.
But and talking to him about it, and I don't know, just the back and forth between me and him, and he's been obviously doing it for so freaking long and doing it so well.
Yeah.
Just having that conversation, creator to creator versus fan to creator, which I did with David Drake back in the day, was such a different conversation.
Yeah.
As soon as you cross that line, you're able to sit down and talk to them. I don't know. It's more real. There's a connection there that gets recognized somehow. It's a strange thing, but it's a very real thing. It's really cool. And it's kind of why I like panels like this one, especially the small ones, because we can make that connection. I can talk very simple and very plain. I'm not talking as an author. I'm just a guy who, I write books, and I enjoy that. But I kind of have fun thinking panels too, because it lets me explore what got me to where I am, why I write, why I create. And I mean, like for you, without the geekdom, you got no product.
Well, I could be one of 100 million other failed musicians. But the reality is, so I was a stand-up comic for 15 years, and I was basically peddling musical dick jokes to middle America. And then I wrote a song about Firefly, and it went viral, and all of a sudden I'm peddling slightly more intellectual penis jokes to geeks. And musical penis jokes to geeks. But the reality is,
Are the jokes musical, or is that, never mind.
No, yeah. It's like a flute. Never mind. Well, that's a new album. Okay. But
Play by slide whistle.
But the reality is that I hate to look at it, it's very crass to say that I leveraged my fandom into a career. But what the reality is that I took every experience that I ever loved and was able to build it into something that brings joy to people that they can enjoy, and also happens to pay my mortgage, pay my car payment, pay my insurance, and I still get to go do this. And this is my job. And, some people are like, well, you can define success however you want. I wake up smiling every morning. I get to make music about the things that I like, and I may never be a billionaire, but the reality is that I don't have to go to work for somebody else who I resent and do a job that I resent every day. What I get to do is I get up and make music. and that's not, but that's the reality is that, okay, so there is a level of success. I put out my own albums. It's the musical equivalent of self-publishing. Okay, I don't have a record deal, and that's fine because the paradigm for music has been shifting slowly towards that. Just like the paradigm is shifting and changing. You still have people who get traditional book deals, and then you have people who are wildly successful at self-publishing, and then there is a broad spectrum in between and on either side, both successes and not as successes.
Well, I mean, in the literary industry, I mean, you look at I'm going to assume most of you have heard of Kevin J. Anderson. He does not write for New York Publishing House; he self-publishes. Jonathan Mayberry does not write for New York House. The biggest names that curry real, what I consider dedicated fandoms: David Weber, John Ringo, Barry Correa, Chuck Gannon. They write for Bain. Bain is not a New York house.
No.
Bain is a mid-level publishing company, but it's one that has a huge following.
Yes.
I happen to write for Chris Kennedy Publishing mostly right now. I'm going to start writing for a few others. When I started writing for Chris 4 years ago, we were a small press. Just recently, Tony Wise, about a year ago, Tony said, "No, you're a mid-level press now, because we're putting out 2 books a week. They're all here." Nice.
Yeah.
But I wish I were writing. But for me, it's a passion. I do not make a lot of money. I can't even make my car payment on my royalties, and I don't have a great car. But I love it. It lets me express a lot of the stuff that I have gathered through being a fan and being a geek for the past 30, 40 years, and get that on paper and get that in front of other people. And now I have fans, which still feels really weird to say.
Brother, I know the feeling.
I mean, this is slightly off topic, but it's a story I love. I started writing, I wrote Four Horsemen, I wrote Sonic System, I wrote Fallen World, and then Chris comes to me and says, "It's time for you to do your own thing." So I wrote my own trilogy, my own world I created. It has not been my best-selling stuff. And also I'm not very good at marketing. But I had a woman on Facebook, there was a Facebook group I was in, and she posted something about books. And I said, "God, I love people posting about books." And she commented, "Wait, are you the Alex Rath that wrote Terra Space Project?" I'm like, "Yes." Is that good or bad?
Do I owe you money? Is this
and so this was in the group, but she friended me on her personal account, which I do like my fans do. And she told me that particular series is kind of a hope-filled thing. The Earth is dying. They've gone off. They found another planet. Obviously there's conflict, but it's the human race is going to survive. We're going to make it. And she said, "That's the series I go to when I've had an absolute shit day and I need to escape into another universe and be somewhere that I can feel good. I read your stuff." That is worth more money than anything else because I impacted someone's life in a good way. And that's what, to bring it back around, that's what these fandoms do. I mean, how many people do you meet at these conventions that you would never meet anywhere else?
Yeah.
How many people have you met and became friends and you see them at another convention in a year? You only have 3 days to go with this convention. You see them at this same convention next year, you remember them.
Yeah.
And fandoms like these do that in a way that I don't think anything else does. Because it brings people together.
So, modern day, I hesitate to use the word tribalism, but if you see somebody,
really is.
If you see somebody in the shirt, or wearing a patch or whatever of a fandom you enjoy, you can strike up a conversation like that. And you may have a friend that you will have for the rest of your life.
I mean, people see this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you read Four Horsemen, you know what that means.
Yeah.
You know what this symbol is. I've had more than one person come up to me because of this and say, "Oh, you read that?" I'm like,
I read it.
they're like, "Oh."
Well, I read a little.
Yeah.
I read it, only the stuff that Alex Rath writes. He's my favorite.
No, it's true. Like once
checks in the mail.
Usually once a convention, I'll have someone point to Garrick and be like, "Good shirt," right?
Yeah.
And that's all I have to say because
It's a conversation starter.
Yeah.
yeah, it's good shirt. And then you kind of pass away, but you feel good about that. It's like, damn right, it's a good shirt.
Yeah.
That recognition, in some ways it keeps you sane too. I mean, it can be. I mean, when fandom goes badly, it's bad for our mental health. But when it's good, it's good for our mental health, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I suffer from depression, PTSD, anxiety, and severe social anxiety. Conventions are the one place my social anxiety doesn't kick in. Normally, me sitting this close to people, I would be sweating. And I wouldn't be able to talk because I'd just be totally freaked out. Because I don't like being around people. I mean, even at work, the people I'm around every day, I don't like it when I have to go into a room for a meeting. I really don't like those people. and I don't like it. When I'm here, when I'm in an elevator that's so crowded, there's people bumping into me and in my front and my side.
When there are people going
we
up
don't
to
talk
go
about
down.
that. You go up to go down, absolutely.
Uh-huh.
At the Dragon Con once. At a panel once, that was fun. But this place doesn't kick off my anxiety. I still can't exactly, I can't put a finger on it and I can't tell you why. Because if I had to go to a business conference, for example, and the same thing happened, I'll be in my room most of the time. I would not get anything. But here, I don't know, people at work ask me, how do you handle it? And what I literally say is, I'm among my people.
Yeah.
People here understand.
And everyone needs that. Some place where they feel like they're at home.
Mhm.
Some place where, they can be among people that they identify with, whether they're familiar with them or not, somewhere they can say, okay, these people, while they may or may not like the same things I do, they enjoy, period.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, I took us on a way different tangent.
No. But it brings it right back around. And I think in closing, I think that's ultimately what everyone strives for.
Yeah, I agree.
This is the part where everyone sings Kumbaya. No.
I don't sing.
Giant Mac.
Stumpy robot.
Stumpy robot.
I'm going to be waiting for that now. Make Stumpy robot song.
I have a song called Giant Happy Robots, stomping all over you.
Okay, that'll work.
But if anyone would like to find you and your things, where could they do so?
MikeyMason.com. It is the gateway to everything that I do. I just published my first book through Falstaff Books. You'll find all my music, my Patreon. I do art. I design T-shirts. My job has become do whatever I want and find somebody to buy it.
There you go.
And the reality is, if you can find somebody to buy it, you can do whatever the hell you want, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
So I've been so supremely lucky. But MikeyMason.com.
AlexRathAuthor.com, or just at Amazon, type in Alex Rath. I'm the only one there. And it'll pop up all my books. If you happen to know people in Germany, most of my books are translated to German. French is coming in a few weeks, and then Spanish.
Nice.
Sci-fi lit at dragoncon.org or on Facebook, DragonCon SF Literature, and I'm on there personally as Sue Phillips.
You can go to thewickedboys.com. I just published literally, what day is it? Like 4 days ago. My first short story collection called The Language of Skeptics. It's a collection of 6 stories. I hope you enjoy it. And it's all speculative fiction. And I do a lot of convention stuff, not DragonCon, although I have done DragonCon in the past. A lot of convention volunteering at JordanCon, MultiverseCon, and Nerdy Gras in Atlanta. So if you go to Atlanta conventions,
Multiverse last year. Yeah.
if you do Atlanta conventions, then you'll see me there.
All right. Well, thank you all for coming, and thank you for enjoying this
Yes,
with us.
thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
This would have been really sad if we were just up here having. Well, actually, it'd probably be a slightly different conversation with just us in the room.
Thank you for doing it for all 2 of us here.
No problem. I enjoyed it.
This is why I didn't even set up a table this time. I came to do my panels, to socialize a little bit, and then I'm going home tomorrow. I haven't sold a single book while I was here this time.
See, I can't.
Are you Atlanta
My wife,
local?
I can't justify.
Yeah.
I'm not allowed to do
See,
things because I enjoy them.
Well, see, here's the thing.
Okay.
I was supposed to have an author signing at the table in the dealer's room.
Yeah.
And apparently I did, but no one ever emailed me the time slot, so I missed it.
Oh my.
It was 12. It was apparently 10 to 12 today. And no one told me.
Holy
Well,
dude, that sucks.
I'm sorry. So I'm
sorry to hear
slightly
that.
unhappy.
Understandably so.
Understandable.
Yeah, I haven't applied to do Dragon yet, just because it's so many people there.
There you
Oh,
go.
no, I
Yeah, the one year I went.
Y'all have a wonderful evening.
Thanks.
drive.